wewe ndio kiongozi, wewe ndio mlinzi. Baba, tunakuomba Bwana ukachuke katika jina la Yesu katika ukumbi huu. Tubariki kona zote ambazo shughuli hii inafanyika ndani ya ukumbi huu, ukatamalaki katika jina la Yesu Kristo. Tunakushukuru hata gavana wetu na wageni wote ambao wamealikwa hapa, na kabidhi mkononi mwako. Walinde na watunze, maana wewe ni Mungu wetu. Kwa Kristo Yesu tunaomba na kuamini. Amen.
To my Christian brothers and sisters, I would like to greet you with the everlasting greetings of Allah by saying, peace be with you. The same applies to my Muslim brothers and sisters by saying, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I'm Sheikh Mohammed Elvis from Jamia Mosque, Lodwar. We pray. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Inna alhamdulillahi nahmaduhu wa nasta'inu wa nastaghfiruhu wa nu'minu bih wa natawakkulu alayhi wa na'udhu billahi min shururi anfusina wa sayyiati a'malina. Man yahdihillahu fala mudilla lahu wa man yudlil fala hadiya lahu wa ashhadu an la ilaha illa Allah wahdahu la sharika lahu wa ashhadu anna Muhammadan abduhu wa rasuluhu sallallahu alayhi wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa man tabi'ahu bi ihsan ila yawmiddin. Amma ba'd. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Ar-Rahmanir Rahim. Maliki Yawmiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdinas siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladzina an'amta alayhim khairil maghdubi alayhim waladdallin. Amin. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, all praise and thanks are Allah's, the Lord of Alamin, mankind, jinn and all that exist. The most gracious, the most merciful, the only honor and the only ruling judge of the day of recompense, i.e. the day of resurrection. You alone we worship, and you alone we ask for help. For each and everything, guide us to straight way, the way of those on whom you have bestowed your grace, not the way of who earned your anger, nor of those who went astray. Amen. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Asante sana kwa maombi hayo. Tunashukuru kwamba tumeweza kuanza kwa maombi. We thank you for praying. Thank you for leading us into this session. I feel like I am too high up there and I don't need to be there. This is where the action is. So allow me to begin by first appreciating you all for coming in. We have a large group of people who have come to Turkana and who are happy to be in Lodwar. How many of us are here for the very first time? Lodwar. Hey, can the people of this place say Ejok? Ejok. Can you say it the right way? Don't say Ejok like people from Nairobi. Say Ejok. The jok, that has to come out. You know, you have to say it that way, yeah? So this is a place that you're all welcome to. Turkana County has been very good to us. How many of us enjoyed our nights here? The last time you were here, I'm sure there were very few hotels. This time you had a choice. And you slept well, yeah? You also enjoyed the fact that there was water. Some of you come from places where you don't see water, but in Lodwar there is water. Sinikweli? Hey, there are people who are looking at me like I'm not saying the truth. Anyway, so we want to welcome all of you to this session. You will notice that we still do not have our dignitaries that we had anticipated would do the opening session for us. So we are not going to wait until they come in, but they are on their way. When they come, we will be able to proceed with the program. But what I want to request is just to recognize those of us who are here today. I know that in the midst of this crowd here, we have our county executive committee members. Could I just request that we rise and just look at the people there and show that counties are supporting early childhood development. The CECs who are present, please just stand. It's a request. Na mkiwaona tafadhali tupige makofi. Angalia hii. This is an entire team that has come in to support you. and I know that they are from different counties. I will just request them to say who they are and which counties they represent very quickly.
Good morning, John Moiru from Nyandarua County.
This is Olobor George from Kajiado County.
Clara Chonga from Kilifi County.
Edwin Gimor from Elgeyo Marakwet.
Bashir Ibrahim from Mandera County.
Ebla bin Haj from Garissa County.
Owori Godfrey from Kakamega County.
Dr. Ruth Agesa from Vihiga County and the chair of Education Caucus.
Morning. I'm Claire Parclair from West Pokot County, Minister of Health and Sanitation.
Good morning. Dr. Edgar Otumba, County Government of Siaya.
Dr. David Wanyonyi Wamamili, Bungoma County.
Good morning. Kichwen Ruto from Trans Nzoia County.
Joyce Mwikali, Machakos County.
Hey, how many counties have you counted? How many counties have you counted? Now there are senior ones here who also need to be recognized. Stand, because these ones are more senior than even you know. Please introduce yourselves.
My name is Sandra Sempeo from Queen of Peace Girls Primary School, Junior Secondary.
My name is Yvonne Kiana from Queen of Peace Girls Primary School. I'm in grade 7 and I'm here to support our needs as children.
Awesome. Just for your information, we had a children's summit Saturday in this place, and the children have issues they want to raise. These are their representatives. So this is a children's conference. It's not ours, isn't that so? I mean, you're not a child, I'm sure, but you're a child. In every adult, there is a young man and woman. I know that. So welcome. We also have county directors of education. Wako, eh? Yes, I'm going to go to the chief officers, yes. The county directors, first of all, let me see. Directors of education. County serikali kubwa, ama ni serikali kuu? I am going to announce them. I know. Answer to county.
My name is Dr. Barasan Douglas. I'm the county director of Busia County. Thank you. Okay. And I'm also the chair of County Directors Caucus. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I know that people are assuming I have forgotten protocol. I said county directors, and county directors I meant serikali kuu. Ba ndio nilikuwa nahitaji. Mimi nilikuwa pia kwa serikali najua. So county directors of education, I was told that there are a couple who are here before I come to the county directors of ECD. The county wale wa TSC na MOE, are you in the room? Yes, yes. This is who I was looking for. Sorry. My apologies.
Okay, good morning. I'm Samuel Waitakol, TSC County Director, Turkana County.
Thank you. Thank you. That's my apologies if my English is bad, lakini anaweza kuongea Kiswahili pia. In Kiswahili, I wanted those from serikali kuu so that I would recognize them. Now, I know that we have chief officers from the county governments. The chief officers. Please stand so that we can recognize you. The chief officers from the county governments. Chief officers.
I'm Dolphin Achieng from Homa Bay County.
Thank you. Please face them so that we can see you.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Noel Malanda, Vihiga County.
Good morning. Ahmed Bashir, County Government of Garissa.
Morning, everybody. Lokituman Julius from West Pokot County Government. At the same time, standing for my CECM, Rebecca Kide, Education and Technical Training. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Salamu alaikum. Naitwa Dr. Pacomius Wambugu kutoka Nyandarua.
Thank you very much. So those were the chief officers from the counties. I know that the others were still on their way because of the transport issues. So after that now, Baraza, can you cause all your people to stand now? The county directors of education, or is it ECD? They say county directors of ECD. Wale ambao wako hapa wote, tusimame, county directors, even if ni wa health, simama, county director protection, simama, wale wote ambao ni county directors, wako wengi Aya, sawa, nimeambiwa, nikisimama hivi, Ken Orenjo, I see all these others, so just very quickly, they can come and say their names. Chairman wenu amesema kujeni huku mbele. Mimi si kusema. Please, very quickly. Yes, sir.
Okay, good morning. Murambi Sam, Kakamega County.
Good morning. Matakaya Victor, Kakamega County.
Morning all. Serede Victor, Vihiga County.
Yeah, good morning. Mwangi Gishuhi, Mombasa County Government.
Good morning. My name is Paul Korir Tenoi from Elgeyo Marakwet County.
Salamu alaikum. I'm Aden Abdullahi, Garissa County.
I'm Mbwenya Yunus, Bungoma County.
I'm Peter Omonya, Trans Nzoia County. Njogu Njiroge, Nyandarua County.
Shalom to you all. I'm Helen Kamama from West Pokot County.
Hello, I'm Joseph Goga from Homa Bay County.
Good morning. Liz Mwenda, Machakos County.
Good morning, Omakada David, Turkana County. Welcome.
Good morning. Kennedy Odhiambo Rwenjo, Director Health here.
Dr. Morogo Shadrack, Uasin Gishu County.
Asante sana. Thank you, Bwana Baraza. Daktari, asante sana. So these are the people that we will be getting reports from later on the progress made in their areas around early childhood. But in this meeting, we also have executive directors of the economic blocks that our counties fall within. And I want to recognize them. If you are a director or you are the CEO, please stand just by way of quickly introducing you. I know one that I know from a long time ago. Karibu.
Thank you.
Introduce yourself. Any other?
Thank you very much. My name's Victor Nyagaya, the CEO of Lake Region Economic Bloc, and I'm here with my officers from the bloc. I think it's important that I recognize them while I'm on this floor. I think I'd start with Easter Okello.
Good morning. My name is Easter Okello. I work for the Lake Region Economic Bloc Secretariat. Thank you.
We have Catherine. Is Catherine here? We have Duncan. I think we have quite a team that, Catherine is right here. Duncan, you're here, please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dan Ouma, in charge of ICT at the Lake Region Economic Bloc.
Good morning, everyone. Good to see you all. My name is Catherine Chengoli, in charge of communications at LREB, and seconded from Bungoma.
Thank you very much. Oh yeah, thank you, Mr. Gumbo.
Good morning, everyone. Yeah, my name is Ochieng Gumbo. I work for the LREB Secretariat as the pillar lead for health. Thank you.
Thank you very much, MC.
Thank you.
And thanks for that.
Thank you, Victor. We appreciate you, Bwana CEO. That's the Lake Region Economic Bloc. You can see they have come. And then is there the NOREB? NOREB not here. I believe that they will join us in at a later time. But these are teams that are from the counties. Anyone from the county government that I have not recognized? Any county government? All right. Now we have partners. UNICEF, tuanze na nyinyi kwa sababu mmevaa blue. I can see you. Stand. Aye, makofi kwa UNICEF. Well done. Well done. Karibuni sana. Is UNHCR here? UNHCR? I have not seen you. All right, let's go to any other UN agency that is here that may be unrecognized. No UN agency that is not here. Conrad Hilton, Simameni, I know that you are here. These are people who have supported ECD, and those of you from the counties who don't know them, please look for them. They are very good people, powerful people. You can always get something, and I saw the CEC stand. Their heads have seen you. Sit down. Thank you. Aga Khan University, stand. The academia want to try and recognize all that are here. Well done. Makofi kwa Aga Khan. Look at that crowd. Wow. Amazing. Aga Khan University, asante sana. Kenyatta University. Kenyatta University. Dr. Moma, yes, Mama. Where are you? Dr. Moma and the team from Kenyatta. Oh, okay, fine. Turkana University, Dr. Miriti and your team, stand. Awesome. Turkana University, our hosts, makofi kwao. Dr. Ngasike, father, ni grandfather, sasa, sindio, wa ECD. This is the grandfather of ECD, yes. Daktari Karibu. Which other university is here that I have not recognized? Moi University? Hallelujah. Makofi kwake. Asante sana. Moi University, we are now looking at how academia is also involved. Remember, our approach is cross. Bas. Kisii University. Thank you. Makofi kwa Kisii University. Makofi kwao kabisa. Which other university is here? I may not have. Daystar. Dr. Olumbe and team. Simameni. Oh, awesome. Makofi kwenu. Nimewaona. Asante sana. That's Daystar. The academia is here. Any other university that I may not have recognized, please? Any other? All right. Now partners. Mkisimama nitaona na nitasema ni which organization. Stand. All partners that are here. From Child Find Path. Path amesimama wa kwanza ndio huyo, piga makofi. KMET, I can see you. APHRC, I can see you. Hey, the sisters, these ones have two, Okay, see, I'm going to say CRS first of all, because Chebi, you think I don't know the count. CRS is there. We also have AOSK, the Association of Sisters. Yes, and then Mary's Meals, wale wana feed watoto. Mary's Meals, Carolinda and your team, well done. Hey, Leonard, which organization now? We want to hear it. This is a early start, Hey, where people are starting even before early. So that's good, That's good. And then? Film Church Aid, yes, well done. Asanteni sana. Which one? Catholic Diocese of Lodwar, mapadri wako hapa kwa wingi. Which one? Site Savers, awesome. Wale ambao, you know, ours is everything. Faraja Foundation, Child Fund nilikuwa nimesema mkakataa kusimama. Waldorf wako hapa. Mnajua Waldorf kweli? Ni mzuri sana, ADS Nyanza, wapi Tobias Aulo? Tobias, hauko hapa? Haya, nimeona ADS Nyanza, you also ADS. Which other one is this that is here? Kenya Literature Bureau. Wameleta vitabu kwa watoto. Kama mjekuja na boxes tuko na nyinyi. Vitabu kwa watoto. Which other one? Is this, all of this is KLB? KLB mko na nguvu. Build Africa Kenya. Asante sana. Save the Children. These ones have actually sat at the back to save us. They are at the back there. They are going to save us. That's good. Awesome. And then SWAP, wale ambao wanafanya kazi upande wa Vihiga County, mnawajua watu wa SWAP? Sorry. This gentleman, CEC from Kilifi. CEC from Kilifi. This fella is from Kilifi. Where ni gani hiyo?
Investing in Children and Societies, ICS.
Investing in Children and Societies, lakini is coming to present a paper from Kisumu. Yes, yako ni gani?
Association of Turkana County Students Association, that is TUKUSA.
TUKUSA. Association of Turkana Students, university students. Hey, my God, that's good. Well done. That's a good one to invest in. Sindio? Future parents, eh? We can begin giving you lessons on the science of early child development. Any other partner that is in the room and I have forgotten you, please? Who? In the tent. Oh, Eidu, Joyce na wenzako nimewaona. Haya, kuna nyingine yoyote? Kidogo early years, wako wapi? Mmeongeza miaka mingi ama bado mko kidogo early years? Kidogo? Yes, sawa. And then which one is that, sir? This is, we saw you in the video, but we don't know you. Yeah, Jaika, hebu sema kwa Kiswahili kidogo habari. Habari mzuri. Jaika, you saw them you'll see them in the documentary and the work they are doing here in Turkana County to make sure we have food. Upward bound mna meza. Mnaweza unakataa tu kusimama kwa sababu ya nini? Simama basi, ameweza akasimama. Haya, any other? Please don't say I ignored you or I forgot you. If you are in this group, we appreciate you. There are online participants that I know are also watching us and following. I know a couple of them that are there. Community initiatives, yes, wako hapo. Daktari? Those ones are basically following us online. So if you have a link, you'll also see those that are online. And we appreciate you, online audience. The Council of Governors. Did I forget that there is a Council of Governors? Is Valerie here and the others from the COG? The COG is actually there. Powerful lady. Please stand so that we can see you. Don't lean. Yes, now, asante. That's the Council of Governors represented. That's a mark of approval for this work that we're doing here. Any other? Asanteni sana. So all of us have been recognized. If you have not been recognized, please recognize yourself. Yeah, we are aware that you are here. And we thank you for being here. So we want to move into the program proper. There'll be a slight change. Do you have your program before you? Please look at your program so that you don't look at the microphone. You'll notice that we are supposed to have begun the program with a couple of events. Our chief guest is on the way, and there are other dignitaries that are also in the room. At some point in time, what I have just done, I will also do later, but it is good for us to know that we are in the right conference. This is the best place to be, and we are hoping that no one is feeling like they are in a different place. So this program is for this place. Why am I saying so? Because Turkana County are still our hosts. Stegra is the venue. Turkana University are still our hosts. Stegra is there. Tunaelewana? Turkana University, you are still our hosts. So don't look at us and think we are in a different place. We are in Turkana University. Sawa, thank you. Now, from today's program, there will be a shift in terms of what is meant to happen. All right, thank you. We are going to have the keynote addresses coming in shortly after. I'm going to move. Yeah. I am made to understand I'm misbehaving, so I shouldn't be very close to you. We are going to have the program shift in terms of the keynote addresses coming up earlier, but we want to start our session with a welcome address from the chair of the board of the ECD network, who are the conveners, who are the organizers of this particular event. So I want to invite Beatrice Oyugi, the chair, who sits in the board on behalf of PATH, to be able to represent us in terms of just making the opening remarks and kick off this, and then we will proceed to the next level. So once that is done, we will then have our children come and make a presentation. Once the children have made their presentation, then we will proceed with the program as best as we can. So thank you very much, and apologies for not having brought the water earlier. This is Turkana. We bring it from the fridge to the table. We don't bring it earlier. Sasa. So if you are looking at us and wondering why we were not offering water, it is because we wanted you to sit first, and then we can give you cold water. Sasa. So yes, you can actually make your speech from there. So we will begin, and I think this is where I'll allow my sister to take us through the opening remarks. Beatrice?
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Please allow me to take this opportunity to very warmly welcome you to this conference. My name is Beatrice Oyugi. I work for PATH, and I chair the ECD Network Board for Kenya in my capacity as an employee of PATH, because PATH was elected to chair that board, and so I sit there and support PATH in that aspect. And on behalf of the board of directors and the membership of the network, we are delighted, extremely delighted to have you here. Thank you for making it here. We are here because you honored our call, you submitted your papers, you have supported us in different ways, and so we are here for this event. We are very glad, and we do not take that for granted. As I begin, please allow me to recognize the members of the board of the ECD Network for Kenya. We have a number of them here. So please, board members, be on your feet so we get to introduce you. Please come forward. For those of us who are here, we have a few online whom I will also introduce. But for those of us present, kindly come forward. I know we have more than this number. Where's Joyce? Where's Dr. Moma? Okay. So just, you know.
My name is Oscar Kadenge, a board member.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Uko, a board member, senior lecturer, Early Childhood Studies, Kenyatta University.
Good morning. I'm Sister Joyce Nyagucha, a board member on behalf of AOSK, that is Association of Sisterhoods of Kenya.
Good morning. I'm Brian Omondi Umbayo, board member, representing Kidogo Early Years.
Thank you so much, board members. And also allow me to introduce a few more who are not here with us, but are largely present in the compound. So we have with us Lily Oyare. Lily Oyare, maybe she stepped out. We have Joyce Wesonga. We have Damaris Wambua, who represents Child Fund in this board and is joining us virtually. And we have Dr. Patricia Wekulo also joining us virtually. So, as a network, for the past 8 years, we have held 4 very successful conferences. And these conferences have brought together players, both state and non-state actors, who have come together to share our experiences, to speak about our learnings from all the research work that we do from across the country. And these events have essentially been our way of coming together as players in this field. Today we are hosting here in Turkana the 5th ECD National Conference that is hosted by Turkana University in collaboration with Turkana County Government and with the ECD Network for Kenya. Specifically, the ECD Network was formed in 2015 with an aim of coordinating and collaborating so that all actors in this space work together to support the early years. The network, for those of you meeting us for the first time, is made up of individual members and organizations that work within the early years. Specifically, our mandate, or what we aim to do, is to promote, to support, to sustain early childhood development programs by way of, through research, through advocacy, so that there is an enabling environment policy-wise for us to implement interventions that target young children. So we come together as actors, both state and non-state actors. So as non-state actors, our mandate, or what we yearn for, is to be coordinated so that as we engage with government, we are a force. and we're supporting government to implement interventions that promote the well-being of young children. This, of course, is work in progress. We still have a long way to go. Our dream is a Kenya where all actors would speak with one voice, would sit around a table in a multi-sectorial manner and discuss issues pertaining to the child. We are not yet there. But of course, we are making strides. There are efforts at different levels to do that. So we really want to call upon all of us seated here today to think about a way in which we can all be coordinated. So if we are partners working in a particular geography, how do we come together? Because when we are together, we are stronger. And advocacy is about tyranny of voices, so really wanting to coordinate. So that is what the ECD as a network seeks to achieve. So this year, this conference that has been organized by Turkana County, and we really are grateful for the county government of Turkana. They took up the challenge from the 4th ECD conference that was held in Siaya, and here we are. They have made it happen. At that point, you were thinking Turkana is really far away, and we are wondering how that would work. But here we are. We are really indebted to the county government of Turkana and to the governor who has made this happen. We also are really grateful to the University of Turkana. Thank you so much for bringing us this far and for all the support. The theme for this year's conference is From Policy and Evidence to Action. We do have policy documents nationally and internationally. We know of a number of documents and publications that support implementation or early years. So our call is how do we translate all these documents into action? Because in as much as the information and the evidence remain in those papers, we are still not going to see children that thrive. So as actors, how do we translate evidence that is available all over? We have research organizations here always giving us evidence, but are we utilizing the evidence that is to support programming for the early years? Really, our main call for this conference is how do we translate in your own small way? How do you change that from that, just something that is documented on paper into action so that we help a child to thrive? We also want to call upon the political leadership, both nationally and regionally, as well as at county government level, to prioritize early childhood development and to look at early childhood development and any programs around there, not as expenditure, but as an investment. And not limit ourselves to looking at ECD with education lens. We have been told that it is multi-sectorial. How do we work together as sectors, beginning from children who are still in the womb? How do we support them? They are not yet in the education space, but they need to be supported to thrive. So how do we then support these children? What programs can we put in place? And we have a lot of support from non-state actors here that governments can integrate into their existing programs to give our children a better start in life. And we are calling for multi-sectorial coordination. So really working in silos is not going to help us. We want to rally together because each sector has a role to play in helping children thrive. Lastly, as we think about policy environment, because we need that to implement our programs, we want to call upon the national government, led by NCCS and all other actors who have been supporting the work around the development of the integrated ECD policy. We really hope that this can be fast-tracked so that we begin implementation, because we have been discussing this for quite some time. So please, ladies and gentlemen, allow me at this point to really thank you once again for making it here. Thank you for making this event happen. And we're really looking forward to fruitful discussions and very engaging sessions between today and Wednesday. Thank you, and may God bless you all.
Makofi mazuri kwa dada yetu hata anapoteremka chini. Kuna wale ambao mnajua sign language, hebu wekeni makofi ya juu ya sign language, ya sign language, ya sign language, unaona vile mnaelekezwa. Tena zaidi ni sisikii kelele na ongeza. Basa sawa, asante. Thank you. That's very well done, Beatrice. Asante sana. And thank you for just reminding me that I failed. Oh, national government. Please stand. National government. Oh, national government. Nimesema hata kwa sauti ya unyenyekevu. Naomba msamaha. National government. Any other? Kimando, wapi wewe bana? Simameni watu wa national government. Mmekuwa hapa wengi alafu this is the national government. We have Ministry of Education here, Bana Mirumbe, and then we have Evans at the back there from the Ministry of Health. There is a group from the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection. I saw them. They were seated somewhere. But it looks like they have stepped out. But Sheikh, kuja tu usimame hapa karibu na mimi, ndio kwa sababu usipoongea I'll be in trouble. How many of you know this gentleman? He is a teacher of ECD. Oh, have I said the wrong thing? He's a teacher of? I should have said he's a teacher of ECE, preschool. Sindio?
Thank you, Kadenge. Good morning, everyone. My name is Abdinur Mohammed. Indeed, I am a teacher of ECD, and I have a passion for children. But I am the CEO of the National Council for Children's Services, and that's the capacity in which I attend here today. Thank you.
Thank you. He's my friend, and I know I could say those things about him. But Sheikh Abdinur Sheikh, actually, as is known, is the CEO of the National Council for Children's Services, one of our key supporters, even as Beatrice said, in developing the IECD policy. He'll be making his keynote address later. Why are you looking at me? Because you want to hear the next thing. Do you have a phone? You have a phone? Could you please put it up? We just want to look at your phones. Not because of anything. There is, how many of you have Twitter handles? Or they're calling them Twitter handles. Or you have threads. I hear that's the new one. If you have a handle, please talk to people about the ECD 5th Stakeholders Conference. Hashtag ECD NEC, N-E-K. 5th Stakeholders Conference. I'm reading because I don't want to make a mistake here. And then you tag the ECD Network _Kenya. ECD Network _Kenya. Just tag that you are in Lodwar. And this is a gathering of great minds to be able to push the agenda of children forward. So if you have a handle, your county handle, for those of you who are from the county governments, put it there also and just tag hashtag ECD NEC 5th Stakeholders Conference. And then you also have something on selfie. I don't know, that's on Twitter, or is it Facebook? Selfie. You can also do something there and just tag. Tuma tu picha, hata si yangu yao, nyinyi tu wenye mmeka hapo. And let it be that we will also be telling this story. We have little children. They are coming. Hey, kujeni watoto wakati ni wenu. The children from Turkana County are here to tell you something about what they know and how they do it. So we want them to come and make a presentation. Please ignore that we had written entertainment. They don't entertain. Children make presentations. Where are the children? Tafadhali leta watoto waje kwa wakati huu. Naomba watoto waje. Mwalimu, can somebody please usher these children this way? Waje. And as they are coming in, I just want to announce that we have restrooms to your left. For me, it's to my right. They are labeled clearly ladies and gents. And if you still need other facilities, there's also a pathway through here that can lead you to other facilities on this other side. In this hotel, when we will get to our breakout sessions, we will walk out through the same gate that we came in, and we will head towards the hotel. We have 3 breakout rooms that have been clearly marked. Each session will have the chair there, and we will also have a rapporteur, and we will also give you guidance in terms of just what will be going on in the rooms. So that is happening around here. Our meals, we shall have them beside the swimming pool or around the swimming pool. So it's one place that we will also have some airy space for us to have our lunch. And all our other meals, including tea, they'll be served from this end. So we will be using this pathway to get into that area to be able to get served. As I say that, I think I would also like to mention that we have all these display points that we have, the exhibition tents. It's going to be of use for all of us at some point in time to also take a walk around, and that we shall do. Now, one thing I would like to request, I'm made to understand that sometimes again when children are here, it's good to take photos of them, but you also need to recognize the fact that we need to have consent.
Before you is Nandapal ECD from Loima Sub-County Taukelehod, ready to entertain you with a few songs. I hope you will enjoy. Welcome. Wageni mashuhuri kutoka mbali mbali, tunawakaribisha mjisikie nyumbani. Tunawakaribisha mjisikie nyumbani. Wageni mashuhuri kutoka mbali mbali, tunawakaribisha mjisikie nyumbani. Mashuhuri kutoka mbali mbali, tunawakaribisha mjisikie nyumbani. Kenya, Kenya yetu, Kenya, Kenya yetu, Kenya, Kenya yetu, mjisikie nyumbani. Kenya yetu, Kenya yetu, Kenya, Kenya yetu, mjisikie nyumbani. Turukan, Turukana, Turukan, 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 Turukana, mjisikie nyumbani. Turukana, Turukana, mjisikie nyumbani. Tembea uone gavana wetu, tembea uone gavana wetu. Ametameta kama nyota ya uzima, ametameta kama nyota ya uzima. Tembea uone wetu, tembea uone wetu. Ametameta kama nyota ya uzima, ametameta kama nyota ya uzima. Tembea uone mama kaunti, tembea uone mama kaunti. Ametameta kama nyota ya uzima, ametameta kama nyota ya uzima. Sisi watoto twampenda mama kaunti, sisi watoto twampenda mama kaunti. Sisi watoto twampenda mama kaunti. Ae mama, ae mama, usurudi nyuma twende mbele, usurudi nyuma twende mbele. Sisi watoto twampenda waziri, sisi watoto twampenda waziri. Ae udande, ae udande, usurudi nyuma twende mbele, usurudi nyuma twende mbele. Sisi watoto twampenda waziri, sisi watoto twampenda waziri. Ae udande, ae udande, usurudi nyuma twende mbele, usurudi nyuma twende mbele. Sisi watoto twampenda Jaika, sisi watoto twampenda Jaika. Ae kambuni, ae kambuni, usurudi nyuma twende mbele, usurudi nyuma twende mbele. Kambuni yetu, kambuni yetu, usurudi nyuma twende mbele. Sisi watoto twampenda Talfani, sisi watoto twampenda Talfani. Ae kambuni, ae kambuni, usurudi nyuma twende mbele, usurudi nyuma twende mbele. Kambuni yetu, kambuni yetu, usurudi nyuma twende mbele, usurudi nyuma twende mbele. Saipiti yetu, saipiti yetu, ndiye lishe bora. Ae, 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 ndiyo lishe bora. Saipiti yetu, saipiti yetu, ndiye lishe bora. Ae, 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 ndiyo lishe bora. Ekodumika kweli mitori ngachara, yala ya iya, eba kame Kenya. Anyama na pupele me, kimanyamanya nikebo, kimanyamanya nikebo, napopo, naure, napopo, naure, anyama na pupelele, kimanyamanya nyikebo, kimanyamanya nyikebo, napopo, naure, napopo, naure, ikaijoba, iperiawai, tanyamanyo, beniki, eberete hano, ngamaltenya, ngaboya, ngamaltenya, kwenya nyabo, nagira nyabo, anyama kwa nikale, anyama nagira nikale, kwenya nyabo, kililingi koku kililingi, kililingi koku kililingi, ayakaitona county Nigeria, ayakaitona county na udande, kililingi koku kililingi, ayakaitona county na lilala, kililingi koku kililingi, la 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 la, mtoto la la, la 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 la, ni moja nawe, la 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 la, mtoto la la, la 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 la, ni moja nawe. Thank you. Elimu ni bora, elimu ni bora kwa Kenya yetu, napotikan alisoma sukulu, napotikan alisoma sukulu, Raisi alisoma sukulu, Udande alisoma sukulu, Azami alisoma sukulu, Paulo alisoma sukulu, elimu ni bora, elimu ni bora kwa Kenya yetu, Raisi alisoma sukulu, Raisi alisoma sukulu, Napotikan alisoma sukulu, Napotikan alisoma sukulu, Lilian alisoma sukulu, Lilian alisoma sukulu, Lilian alisoma sukulu, Egali taranyonu, ilugulugu ekeria, imatamate ekeria, Egali taranyonu, ilugulugu ekeria, imatamate ekeria. Makofi kwao.
Makofi mazuri kwa hawa watoto. Let's appreciate them even as they go. Please clap facing them and let them go. Yes, that way they have done very well. They have presented issues. Which issues did you pick? Ama mlikuwa mnasikia sauti? Elimu ni bora. Kitu kingine ambacho umesikia kutoka kwa watoto? Our leaders walienda shule, hiyo mmesikia tu kwa hii wimbo ya mwisho. Aya, the other one? Lishe bora, sio? Kitu kingine? Partners, walitaja partners wengine hapo, na hata wale ambao kutajwa mlitajwa. What else did you hear? Nurturing care. Did you guys see them kissing a baby? Ai, hamkuona hiyo interactions bana. Nyinyi watu namna gani? Care for child development. Sawa? What other issue did the children raise? Protection. Ai bwana. Wimbo hamkuwa mkiona mambo ya kuwatunza na what else did you pick? The first? The first ladies, you picked them as an issue. Oh, okay. All right, I didn't hear that, but anyway, it's okay. But you picked that they are also champions, isn't that so? Yeah. That was the message. First ladies are champions, and I think in their strategic plan, they have something on nurturing care that actually talks to how they want to promote it. Very good. I mean, those are issues. Sometimes we think children are just children because they're there. I see another group that wants to come to the front. Unawaleta hao? Kawaleta hao pia tuwaone pia tuwasikie kwa sababu ni watoto wetu. But as they come, allow me to recognize the presence of distinguished guests that have come to join us. We have with us part of the team that is meant to be here, but we are glad that these ones are here. So we have the First Lady of Turkana County. I know she is capable of standing and coming to just say hello. Hakuna kuongea zaidi, ni hiyo tu First Lady. Alafu we introduce hao wengine sababu nikifanya hiyo nitafutwa kazi. Si ndio? Na ni mkwasi wa Kiswahili, kwa hivyo nyinyi mkisikiliza, msikilize mkijua ni mkwasi wa Kiswahili. Kama hujui mkwasi, sio Western language, tafadhali tafuta. Karibu.
Nashukuru mabwana na mabibi, wageni wote mlioalikwa, wanafunzi, wafanyakazi wa tabaka mbalimbali kutoka Nairobi, pia wa Turkana. Ninawakaribisha nyinyi wote kwa jina la Yesu Kristo. Mujisikie mko nyumbani, na nataka kusema asante kwa sababu Mungu ametuwezesha, tumeamka tukiwa wazima na ametupa ua ya bure bila malipo. Takana tumshukuru. Hapa mbelenu tuko na First Ladies kutoka kaunti tofauti tofauti. Nataka waje tu waseme majina, maana yake tunaelekea kule Mount Kenya. Karibuni.
Habari zenu. Kwa majina naitwa Emily Nyaribo, First Lady wa Nyamira County. Asanteni.
Basi wageni wetu wote wa siku ya leo, kwa majina yangu ni Scovia Kachapin, the First Lady West Pokot County.
God is good and all the time. Najua mimi najulikana hapa, ni mwenyeji hapa, nimekaa miaka mingi na nadhani hakuwezi kosa wanafunzi wangu hapa. Najua wako. Kwa majina ni Grace Kiarie, First Lady Nyandarua County. Asanteni.
Bwana asifiwe. Wakazi wa Lodwar mnajua huyu Grace. Yeye ni Mturkana, sio kutoka Nyandarua County. Yeye ni Mturkana wa hapa, lakini kazi tu ndio inampeleka wapi? Kwa majina naitwa Lilian Kamdeya Kamais, First Lady Turkana County. Karibuni sana.
A better round of applause and appreciation for our guests who have come in. This is a big statement. Having them here in Turkana County just to be supporters of the children's agenda is something that we really appreciate. Asanteni First Ladies, we will give you an opportunity to speak later, but we really appreciate the sacrifice and the time. And thank you for making it possible, for inviting your sisters to come and join you. Kwa hivyo sasa tutawapa hawa watoto nafasi ya kuweza kutufunza kitu, and please, as you see them present, we will make it possible for you to understand what it is that they're actually going to be doing. Sasa, mamona mwalimu, sijui nitakupa kipaza sauti.
These are St. Luke's ECD for the deaf. It is situated in Nakwamekwi. It is under St. Benedict Primary School for Hearing Impaired. They are ready to sign some alphabet, counting, and sing one song. Welcome.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, W, V, W, X, Y, Z.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yes, Jesus loves me. Yes, Jesus loves me. The Bible tell me so. Yeah, baby Jesus, baby Jesus, I love you. I love you. You are my Savior. You are my Savior. Every day. Every day. Yes, Jesus love me. Yes, Jesus love me. The Bible tell me so. Thank you.
Awesome. I mean, can we do that signing and watoto wafurahie kwamba watoto tunawapenda as they are going. I think this is an awesome thing. Yeah? And look at the teachers and the relationship. And by the way, I didn't hear anyone tell me they picked out that there was a male teacher for ECE. Did anybody see that? You know? Oh, but you didn't see it? You saw it? Okay, Sasa. That was something, isn't that so? Can we have a campaign to bring more men into that space? Is it possible? Yes. They are more in Turkana. Awesome, that's good. But Makofi kwa Turkana County. Can we borrow a leaf from them? This is part of why we are here. We need to encourage more men to be involved because it is something that needs to be broken as a stereotype. Isn't that so? Yeah, so we need to do that a lot more. And Turkana County, you will share with us that experience when you are making your report. Will give us the data around that. Sasa. Okay, so I'm told that Esther, who was standing here, wants to do something before we get into the keynote speeches. Where Dr. Miriti, I hope you are around. You need to come and stand next to me. This is Esther. I don't know what she wants to do, but she wants to do something. So can I allow her to do it?
Good morning, everyone. Just raise your hand up. I am sure the weather is very good and we are very comfortable. The songs the kids just did is what I want us to do, to appreciate that we have appreciated what they have done. Who can remember any of the songs from their Sunday school or from their early school? Oh, there's Baby Jesus. Okay, let's see if we can remember our Sunday school and our preschool, because we've come here for this. Okay, let's go. Baby Jesus, baby Jesus, I love you, I love you. You are my Savior, you are my Savior, every day, every day. And then the other song was, Jesus loves me, this I know, for the Bible tells me so. Very good. Those are the songs they presented. Thank you. I am the Deputy Sub-County Administrator. So where you are home and very safe under the hands of women. My Sub-County Administrator is also called Esther. And these are powerful women. So you are very comfortable. Ukimaliza hapa unaenda Elie, very safe. Unaweza panda pia hapo juu, kuna mlima mzuri. Please get in touch. You will be very happy. You will not regret to have come to Turkana. Thank you.
Can we go and also swim?
Yes.
Okay, so thank you. There's an opportunity to swim, but you'll only swim when we are not here. Okay. Maniza, please come. Agnes, please come. Dr. Anil, please come. I want to invite these three to join me here because they happen to have a reason to be here. So if you would care to just go to the front, you'll sit there and then I'll tell you what you will do next. I hope you carried your passports. Tuwapigie makofi wakija so that they can be encouraged. Dr. Anil bana, wewe wataka nikwambie kwa Kiswahili ndio uje ama namna gani bana wewe? Kuja basi, kuja. Wewe ni Mswahili wewe. Karibu sana. And the First Lady Grace, I wonder why the people here you called your students did not do the right thing. We need to, who are the students wa Grace? Nani wanamjua? Kwa hii ground hii. Wewe nimesikia makofi huko nyuma. Hebu piga makofi tena. Wale wa Grace unawasikia huko wamekutambua kwamba uko hapa. So thank you, First Lady. So I want to invite Dr. Miriti to lead us in this session. Please, Daktari, kuja hapa mbele alafu kisha wakaribishe wageni wako.
Thank you so much, Bwana MC. First of all, let me begin by saying that we are grateful to have you here. Our First Lady, Turkana County, First Lady Nyamira, our First Lady Nyandarua County and West Pokot, ECD Network National Coordinator, Dr. Teresa Mwoma, and all protocol observed. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Dr. Miriti Javazio from Turkana University, and my assignment here is very simple. I am chairing this session where we are having the keynote speakers addressing us this morning. And we will begin by inviting Ms. Agnes Gonyo, who will be presenting on supporting the government to improve ECD systems in Kenya. She is from UNICEF, and she will be here to give us more insight on ECD systems in Kenya and how it can enhance ECD in our country. Let's join our hands and welcome her, please. Another round of applause. Thank you, Dr. Welcome.
Thank you very much. As he said, my name is Agnes Gonyo. I'm not the country representative of UNICEF Kenya, but I'm here to represent her. She would have loved to be here, but I'm glad that UNICEF team is well represented and representing her. First Lady, Turkana County, and all the First Ladies who are here, and all protocols observed. We are so delighted to be here this morning. It's such an honor for UNICEF to be joining the 5th National Early Childhood Development Stakeholders Conference. My special appreciation to Turkana County, the Cradle of Mankind, and the ECD Network for Kenya for hosting this important event. This year's conference, From Policy and Evidence to Action, reflects our shared commitment as a country to nurturing the future of our children. The scientific evidence is clear. From birth until the age of 5, a child's body and brain undergo tremendous transformation. Without adequate stimulation, care, support, health, and nutrition, and security, the formative years, a child is likely to face risks while developing to his or her full potential. Opportunities lost at that specific time in life will not come again. Science tells us that the early years are perhaps the most influential period of development. With the human brain growing to 90% by the age of 5, this early period, the developing brain is more sensitive to risks, and especially malnutrition, lack of stimulation, and toxic stress. Research further shows us that excessive exposure to toxic stress can damage a child's healthy development and have lifelong implications for both the child and the society at large. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference demonstrates shared commitment to nurturing our children's future through evidence-based decisions which enable policy to progress to action. Evidence released in the Kenya Demographic Health Survey 2022 showed significant progress in the last decade in key indicators of ECD. Yeah, I need help. Yeah, this one. Yeah. Sorry, I think you can. Sorry about that. So from the KDHS data that was just released a few weeks ago, we note a very great improvement in the proportion of women delivering at a skilled birth attendant from 61.8% to 89.3%. The immunization coverage improved from 67.5% to 80.1%, and there was stunting reduction from 26% to 17.6%. While this paints a good national picture, it is important to note that regional disparities still exist, especially in hard-to-reach and most deprived arid and semi-arid counties where violence against children, and especially teenage pregnancy and FGM, and also malnutrition and child morbidity and mortality. And also we see also challenge in terms of access to education and transition. They remain a major concern and are delaying our progress as a country to achieve the SDG, or the Sustainable Development Goals. This data will be crucial for policymakers in terms of coming up with visions, the goals, the frameworks, and planning for effective quality services, including acceptable behaviors and practices that allow our children to survive and thrive. Ladies and gentlemen, investing in early years in life enables children to develop their physical, cognitive, language, and social-emotional potential. Deliberate focus on ECD has a high return on investment of up to 7 to 10% across the life course. ECD enhances children's ability to learn and achieve at school, as citizens, and in the community, making them less likely to be involved in crime and more likely to earn an income and have a good quality life. These are indisputable gains for our communities and the nation. I'm therefore delighted to see the wealth of knowledge, innovation, and ideas in this conference today, driving this important agenda for children. And I hope that all of us will get also an opportunity to visit all these booths that are here to see all the innovation and the good work that is going on within the country to improve ECD. UNICEF recognizes the right of children can only be realized through foundational knowledge. And whilst research and evaluation can lead to new perspectives and innovation for children, I urge governments to embrace, harness, and propagate indigenous knowledge that has withstood the test of time for improved ECD programming. Timely and comprehensive evidence generation and dissemination are underlying currencies that shape decision-making. These measures should aim to leverage routine programmatic and periodic data within and across sectors. ECD information management system should mutually be interlinked by taking advantage of the expanding digital landscape in Kenya. Unfortunately, timeless, completeness, and quality of child-sensitive data from many sectors remains a big challenge, and this affects the improvement of the programming in terms of the ECD sector. Having generated evidence and established agile information management system, a progressive policy environment can be enabled, which is the case of Kenya. It has been said many times that Kenya has excellent policies, and many countries, even in our neighbors, come to Kenya to borrow from what we have. However, we must admit that policy development is not an end. We must move from policy and evidence to action. We need to focus on building infrastructure that supports the effective execution of early childhood development programs, strategies, and services. More importantly, we must enhance collaboration, partnership, and integration among policymakers, academicians, researchers, practitioners, families, communities, and children if we have to make impactful results. Ladies and gentlemen, UNICEF is committed to work with you to deliver our shared vision of a well-nurtured child who is given the best start in life with the prospect of achieving his or her full potential. In this regard, UNICEF has remained your reliable partner in the following areas in line with the life cycle approach. In health, UNICEF continuously provides technical support in strengthening the health information system for ECD, and this includes partnership with the Kenya Bureau of Statistics and the Ministry of Health to develop and include an early childhood development module in the Kenya Demographic Health Survey. And this ensures that the government of Kenya has data and evidence regarding the status and trends of attainment of developmental milestone for children in Kenya. UNICEF has been instrumental in the development of relevant policy documents, such as the National Early Childhood Development Policy, and I'm happy that the chair of the executive board talked about it and urged all of us to ensure this document is complete so that the children can start to benefit, and as well as other policies like community health and other regulations. We have also supported selected counties in ring-fencing health resources at facility level and in setting up primary health care networks to deliver integrated early child development interventions. We have also strengthened HIV programming by supporting the county to develop a business plan with an aim to eliminate mother-to-child transmission of HIV between 2021 and 2023. In nutrition, UNICEF is a cluster lead, providing technical guidance in evidence generation for nutrition, program design, and delivery for quality services for children. And this includes support for maternal, infant, and young child nutrition policy guidelines and programs to address optimal diets and practices for children. UNICEF has provided financial and technical support, including supplies and equipment, to treat over 250,000 severely malnourished children under the age of 5 in 2023 alone. On child protection, we have helped or supported government at all levels to fast-track efforts to address violence against children, aiming to end FGM and child marriage. We have also developed a care reform strategy and a national positive parenting program in partnership with the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection. And on social protection, UNICEF is supporting the government cash transfer programs, reaching low-income families and vulnerable children, including in times of emergencies. For example, we have the nutrition improvement through cash and health education, usually called NISH program, and that aims to improve the nutrition status of pregnant women and children under 3 and promotes parents' use of positive parenting practices at the same time through providing cash transfers. In education, UNICEF has supported the Ministry of Education in the development of the National Pre-Primary Education Policy and Standard Guidelines, We have also supported the Council of Governors to develop the ECD Teacher Scheme of Service, and also have worked with selected counties to develop various bills, including for ECD and childcare, and also the disaster risk and response policies. UNICEF also supports the dissemination, monitoring, and implementation of these policies to enhance access to quality pre-primary school education for all children, including the refugees. A major challenge that impedes the implementation of the policies is the low budget allocation to the ECD sector. In social policy, UNICEF supports the government of Kenya through evidence generation, planning, implementation, advocacy for increased investment in ECD programming, leveraging of domestic resources, and tracking the social sector budgets. My colleagues in social policy will be presenting in this conference the finding of the public expenditure tracking survey for ECD at the county level. ECD spending in Kenya is estimated to be at $81 per child, which is modest compared to Eastern and Southern Africa region, which average about 138. So we can see a big difference there. Kenya allocating about $81 per child, and most of the countries within the region are allocating $138 per child. Recently, we were also happy to support the Children's Devolution Conference, and children from all the 47 counties came with a call to action on several issues, many of which touch on ECD. We look forward to the children reading and handing over these issues to the president and the governors and stakeholders at the main devolution conference that will be taking place next month. The children were very clear. They don't want anything to be done for them without them. They want action and not just talk. And I think even the children who are here this morning passed a very great message to all of us. While many of the mentioned programs are supported by the UNICEF at the national level, I'd like to speak briefly about Lodwar and what our Lodwar Zonal Office is doing. And here in Turkana County, through UNICEF Lodwar Zonal Office, we have supported the county-specific care reform action plan, and this program strengthens alternative family care systems to protect children at risk of family separation. We also have strengthened gender-based violence response in the Turkana Wellness Center, supporting children at risk of sexual and gender-based violence. On water and sanitation, UNICEF has partnered with the County Ministry of Health to develop costed roadmap to aid open defecation and train health community workers on community-led total sanitation and nutrition. On education, UNICEF has supported the integration of refugees with host community, enhancing access to quality pre-primary education. Let me add by congratulating the Early Childhood Development Network for Kenya under the leadership of the conference board of directors, the planning committee, and its executive director, Dr. Teresa Mwoma, for providing us with this unique opportunity to come together. UNICEF Kenya Country Office is proud to be a close partner of the network because we share its vision of all young children in Kenya achieving their full potential. As participants at this conference, we have a responsibility to maximize this opportunity. It is time to close the gap between what we know and what we do about ECD. Our knowledge about the critical importance of ECD should now translate to concrete, scalable actions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Agnes Goya. We have learned a lot from the presentation, and we are really appreciative. Remember, she has underscored the importance of ensuring that we take care of children from age 1 to age 5, because that is the critical time that these kids are developing cognitively, emotionally, and in all other aspects. She has also pointed out that there are so many challenges that we have, especially those in arid and semi-arid areas like in Turkana here, There is a lot of challenges like lack of infrastructure, there is gender-based violence, and so many other challenges that we are encountering. And we are seeing that when we impact on these children, whatever happens is a long-time effect when it comes to the time that they grow and how they grow and the responsibilities that we will take over thereafter. So, being a person from UNICEF, we are all witnesses that UNICEF has played a greater role in terms of policy, documentation, and all that has pulled this ECD to a greater heights. So the question that we are asking ourselves, what are we going to do so that we improve on this? And she is saying that we need to move from talk now to action. As a participant, what is the role that you're likely to play in order to ensure that our kids are better in terms of the way they grow and how they develop from age 1 up to 5. That was a nice presentation. We need to give a round of applause before I invite the next presenter. Our next presenter will be Ms. Manisa Tekim from Conrad Hilton Foundation. And she will be presenting something on the importance of taking a systems approach to evidence and policy in action. We are glad to have her here, and we would like to welcome her to come and present. Kindly help me welcome her. Round of applause. Thanks a lot. Welcome and present and talk to us, please.
Thank you very much. So, Government of Turkana, the University of Turkana, all the First Ladies, and all of you, ECD champions, thank you so much. I'm so happy to be here with you today. I've come from a very far way. I live in London, so I'm delighted to be here in Turkana. It's not my first time. I was here back in 2021 with my family. We heard a lot about Turkana, and we said we want to see it for ourselves. So we were fortunate to come at that time. And it's a beautiful county. And those of you who haven't had a chance maybe to visit, I really recommend. They haven't paid me to say this, by the way. I'm genuinely saying that from my heart. So again, thank you to the county government of Turkana for welcoming us so warmly and arranging the weather to be in our favor. You know, as I said, I'm from London. I'm not used to this beautiful weather. I've been asked to talk about taking a systems approach to turn evidence into action. But before I do that, I just want to share how exciting it is to be here for the 5th time at the conference. I've joined other convenings before, and to see how the conversation has progressed. You know, we started out, everyone who has been here at the beginning, we started out with conversations on what is early childhood? Why should we invest in it? Why is it important? And now we've left those conversations behind. No one needs to be convinced. Now we're into, okay then, what do we do? How do we do it? How fast can we move to deliver for our young children? And I really want to thank the Kenya ECD network for bringing us here, for taking us on this journey so far, so that now I feel we're really getting to the nitty-gritty. What is it we have to do to support our young children? So I've loved watching this journey. So back to the topic at hand. I think there are really 4 areas we need to address if we're going to be serious about taking a sustainable systems approach to early childhood. And if you don't mind and indulge me, I've been thinking all the time about what do we want to get out of these 3 days. So I hope you'll indulge that as I speak, I'm actually thinking about what this means for us when we leave this room, this beautiful room and surroundings on Wednesday. The first thing we need is the right policy environment. And we've heard from several speakers about the work that's being done to bring us to finalization of the integrated early childhood development policy. A journey that started when I was in another role back in, I think, 2018, 2019. We're now in 2023. So I think we have to leave here knowing on Wednesday What is the timetable for approving this policy? And this is not just about the role of the NCCS, it's the role of all of us. What is our role? To advocate, to push this agenda, to support NCCS, to provide technical inputs to ensure we have a policy that we can all move forward with. And even while we're waiting for this policy, at the county level, where responsibility and accountability for early childhood rests, what can we be doing at that level to support county governments to put the right policies, legislations, and frameworks in place? And the good news is we have amazing examples, both from here within Kenya. We have a great group here from the Lake region who can really share with you some of the excellent examples from their regional block of counties that have tried to move this agenda forward, thinking about policies and frameworks. But there will not only be examples from the Lake region. We will have examples, I can bet, from almost every regional block that we can all learn from and build upon. So the first thing is the policy. When are we going to commit and have that approved? The second thing is multi-sectoral coordination. You've heard here, I've always thought it's funny. It's when you go further from the home, where early childhood really happens, the more fragmented it gets. How many of us here are parents, or we have children in our lives? You know, if your children is sick, if they need help maybe with the homework, they need advice and guidance, they're not happy, they come to you. You are the person that provides all of that if you're the primary caregiver. So why is it the further we get from home, the more disjointed everything becomes? In the end, we need multi-sectoral collaboration if we're going to see children on track, which means that they're healthy, which means that they're happy and loved, they're emotionally secure, and they're ready to learn. That takes more than one ministry. So one question we can ask ourselves here, what are you going to do if you're active in the health sector, if you're active in education, if you're active in social protection, you have responsibility for financing or water or nutrition, or you're from the police, I can pick anywhere. What are you going to do to make sure you can coordinate well with your colleagues to deliver for young children? And if you're a governor, if you're a village chief, if you're a first lady, if you are from the ministries, what are you going to do and make a personal commitment to support the early childhood agenda? If you're a partner implementing programs, how many of us, we've been partners, we just come in, we do our small thing, we don't know who's doing what, maybe we're duplicating. What are you going to do to make sure you're coordinating your efforts in a way that supports a county, a national, a subnational, a local agenda? The third area I think is important is governance. And for me, I think of governance in three main ways. The first is on accountability. Each of us has a responsibility. So what are we going to do to deliver on our responsibilities? And how do we hold ourselves and all our colleagues to account? That's critical for governance. Data. Agnes, just before me, mentioned this new data that's come from the Kenya Demographic Health Survey. I mean, there's a lot of data, so you're going to have to grapple with a lot of figures. But one figure that stood out for me was, for the first time ever in Kenya, we know the percentage of children on and off track. 78% of our children aged 2 to 5 are developmentally on track. That means more than 1 out of 5 are not. Soon, I hope that data will be analyzed and come down to county level. So if in your county, you find 10%, 20%, 30% more children off track, what are you going to do about it? If you have a plan for economic and social development, you have your county integrated development plan, yet you have 30% of your human capital not developing fully at the most formative stage, what are you going to do about it? So these are kind of questions that we need to ask. And the final thing related to governance is community participation and influence. Early childhood development outcomes are delivered at the household level. They're delivered in pre-primary schools. They're delivered through community settings. So how are we involving the community to inform and influence and lead and drive and inform everything we do? Those are all elements related to governance. And then the final part, I've left the best for last, personally, the best for last, financing. Financing. But let us be very specific and clear about what we're asking for financing. And it's great you're going to hear from the UNICEF colleagues tomorrow on research that they have done. But there's financing at different levels we need to think about. First, if you're an implementing agency or an implementing organization, you do your great programs, maybe they're providing and producing results. Do you have any idea how much they cost? If you don't know how much they cost, how can you ask for the financing to make them sustainable and to last and be useful to their communities? So if you're not already costing out your interventions, maybe it's about time. You leave here on Wednesday and you think, okay, how can I now start to look at cost? It's not my area of expertise. Maybe where can I go to get some support? At the county level, we have our CIDPs. These are crucial, essential documents. Are you investing in young children? Have you put early childhood amongst the priorities on things you want to deliver? Have you put budget aside that you can track? Where are you spending that budget, and what difference are you finding that it's making? And then at the national level, when we finally get our integrated ECD policy, let's cost it. Because what happens if we make the debate and we make the argument and the Minister of Finance says, it's happened to me once, by the way, a Minister of Finance has said, oh, I agree. Okay, how much and what do you want me to put the money to? And then you're like, oh, I'm stuck. So let us have the answer when our leaders are going to be ready for us and ready to take the commitment and to move forward. My last thing on financing is I really want to encourage us, please stop asking for an ECD budget line. What does that even mean? I mean, I've worked in early childhood for nearly a decade. I'm not even sure how I could articulate that myself. Let us be very clear about what we need for investments for young children. We need proper allocation of budgets to the services that young children and their families need. Primary health care. It needs to be a good service, quality service, providing counseling and support to parents and young children during their most formative stage. Before a child enters a classroom, the majority of their brain has grown already, and their capacity to learn, to think, to communicate is already quite far developed. So, do we have the right primary health care and systems in place? Pre-primary education. We have a global target now saying that at least 10% of education budgets should be dedicated to pre-primary. Is that happening here in Kenya? At the county level, are you investing in the right way in early childhood education? We know early childhood education means you get equity, you get quality, you get learning outcomes. Are we investing in the right place? And social protection. Those families and young children really in need, do we have the right protection programs in place to support them so that we can get rid of some of the barriers that they face, which are not knowledge barriers? Often parents know what to do, but other things like money, like violence, like trauma, like mental health get in the way. So do we have social protection programs to support our children? So thank you so much for listening to me today. As you can see, as I was preparing, I was really trying to think, how could we get very concrete and precise after this meeting on what we need to do to move forward? I think now is no longer the time for just discussing. Let us leave here on Wednesday with some concrete ideas and actions each of us can take forward with us to make sure more children in Kenya are thriving and reaching their full potential. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
So I'll leave that here.
Thank you for the nice presentation, Ms. Manizan Teken. We have learned a lot from the beautiful presentation, and it is very clear that each one of us, all the stakeholders, we have a role to play. As you leave this conference, you are supposed to ask yourself, what will I do to improve ECD? We have to take a multicultural approach, collaboration approach, so that we ensure that we push this agenda to another level. For the interest of time, I will welcome our third presenter, who will take only 10 minutes before we move to another level. But before we do that, let's give our keynote speaker a good applause, round of applause, please. She has presented so well. Yes, now I will be inviting Dr. Anil Amis to come and present. Kindly, you are welcome to present for.
Thank you very much. Thank you to my colleagues who have really spelt out two very important developments. One, the history of where we are in ECD in Kenya. It's a good story. And the second is, how can we go the next step forward? Today I'm representing my boss, who unfortunately is not here. So ladies, she is Professor Amina Abu Bakr. She gives her apologies for not being here, but we now live in the world of simultaneity. So you will see that at AKU, the Aga Khan University, we are trying to do as much as possible. Judith, can I please have the slides up? Judith? Can we please have the slides? So I shall be presenting on childhood disabilities and responses, meeting the developmental needs of all children. So you've heard some good news stories, but for those that are disadvantaged, the story is not very, very good. Millions of children today, globally, experience mild to moderate disability. And it is extremely, extremely critical. I'm not going to go through all the figures, but we are talking about tens of millions of children who are completely disadvantaged from what we have been able to achieve so far. Our data shows, and international data show, that 71.3%, that is the number of younger children under 5 have potential developmental disorders. And we are now looking at data from 1990 all the way to 2016 and saying actually the situation is getting worse, not better. So this represents something in the order of 30% of the global population of children under 5 that do not get addressed in terms of diagnostics of disabilities. This is a situation we can reverse, and we are starting to reverse this. The Kenya Demographic and Household Survey of 2022 provides us some data on disability at the household level. Unfortunately, it does not capture data for children under 5, Madam First Ladies, and we really need to advocate for all children, not just children over 5. And as we know from early childhood, the 0 to 3 is when the brain develops most. And the earlier we intervene, the better the life chances of those children. So please, that is a plea the data is telling us, Madam. As we move forward, it is clear that the caring and the caregivers experience multiple challenges. During COVID, we saw the mental health strain of those people across the spectrum: teachers, healthcare workers, doctors, nurses. And this is an area where it is likely that less responsive care will actually lead to worse developmental outcomes for children. So we have to care for the caregivers is really our plea. In terms of service, there are some gaps. We've already heard them, so I'm not going to go through them very much. But children with disabilities are actually less likely to get to school. And when they get to school, they're less likely to get at the right age and stage of development. So we are now not aligning what the service provision is with regard to what the children's needs are. And therefore, we can be clear that this will lead to poor educational outcomes. And this, in turn, as we know, leads to the whole life course disadvantage, reinforcing inequalities as we go forward. In terms of the nurturing care framework, fantastic. As our Muslim brothers and sisters would say, alhamdulillah. We have moved forward on a multi-sectoral approach. We've moved forward on a interdisciplinary consideration. But there is a critique, and that is that not enough specificity is there on disabilities within the nurturing care framework. I'm talking to the other keynotes who will make sure that this is on their developmental agenda as well. And finally, Maniza has said this, that there are ongoing investments in early childhood, but are we sure that it is actually addressing the needs of all children? Or have we conveniently only reached those children which are easy to reach? So that is a big question on the value addition of finance and the outcomes that we want for all children. In terms of inclusive early childhood development, we have had a workshop here on gender, on mainstreaming, on inclusivity and disability. It is imperative that we ensure inclusive early childhood development programming, and that's not just from a rights point of view, which is very important, but children learn best in collaboration with multiple abilities, multiple perspectives, and children learn from each other. And they are the ones that will lead society in not just an equitable way, but in a sensitive, caring, and conscientious way. If children who are differently abled are not included in the services and the education systems at the beginning, how are they expected as adults to then interact and interface with others? I think I'm being told about time, but I'm not there with time. No. Okay, good. All right. Data, data, data. This is the new mantra of us. We have a lot of data, and we need more data on children with disability to ensure adequate programming. At the Aga Khan University, we're using artificial intelligence, machine learning, all of that. So one of the studies we're doing, for example, is looking at heat stress on pregnancy in places like Turkana and the Asal areas. We do need, therefore, to train the workforce that is working with children. And it is absolutely critical that the workforce training has to be there to be able to identify disability early enough, to intervene early enough, to know exactly what that is. I don't have the time to go through it, but I urge you to look at the program because many of my colleagues listed on this slide are giving presentations specifically on each of these aspects. The community is critical. We do need the multi-sectoral programming, and it has to be community-based services because the community knows its people best. I urge you to, those of you interested in mental health and development of disabilities, to look at our SPARK program, which we will look at the panel a little later today. So key considerations are the physical, the mental, and the financial needs. We've already heard about it, a systemic approach. And in terms of conclusions, we would just like to say that children with developmental disabilities are experiencing a huge gap in care and being left behind. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It is not just inequitable and not just unjust, but it is actually compromising society's development as we go into the future. There is an urgent need for early childhood development stakeholders to ensure inclusive programming to address the developmental needs of all children, including children that are differently abled. And finally, the Aga Khan University, the Institute for Human Development, is working on training programs and capacity building. So please feel free to reach out to the Aga Khan University contingent in terms of the programs that we offer. Thank you very much. Chair.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Anil Hamisi, for that nice presentation. There are so many things that he has pointed out. For the interest of time, I will not be talking about it much, but we have learned very clearly that early intervention in matters of children care is very important. There is also the need to address the challenges that the children are facing, and then we need to train the workforce on how to handle children with disabilities, and there is a lot of plight when it comes to the problems that the children are facing. So we need to ensure that we do something to change the situation. Thanks a lot, all the three keynote speakers, for that wonderful presentation. Let's clap for each one of them as I hand in the mic to MC. Thanks a lot.
Asante sana. Hebu tumshukuru Dr. Miriti kwa kazi nzuri ambayo amefanya. Dr. Miriti, this was his first time here. He looked like a guru, sindio? You've captured a lot of stuff. The tone has been set from talk to action. Sinikweli? You've been given so many pointers into, what works. There is evidence of what works. So why don't we stop practicing and do what works? Sasawa? I think we've had very great messages. I'd just like to ask the panelists to come. As they are going down, I want to escort them with their water and their drinks with Thanksgiving. Tunawapigia makofi. Sababu si ni mzuri wakipita hapa wakiwa wanapigiwa makofi. Si ni vyema hivyo? How many of us have gone to university for free today in the morning? How many of us? You've learned, sindio? Science, research, and that's what we are doing. We are no longer ideological. We are using science as the basis of early childhood programming. And we want to appreciate these great minds. Manizan Teki, makofi kwake. Unaporudi London, when you go back to London, just tell the Londoners that you came to Africa. The cradle of mankind. Tobong. Tobong. Watu hapa. Tobong lore. Sasawa. Means you have come back where? Home, yes. And that is Agnes Ngonyo and Dr. Anil Hamis, who was representing Amina, professor from Aga Khan. Asanteni sana. So it's about that time when we can take a minute to go out and have a cup of tea. I want to request us to do that. We will walk towards the swimming pool area that I mentioned. Our tea is set out there. You will all be served. And once you come back from tea, I want to request us to do what you have been told. I think it was Maniza who mentioned that, and Agnes, that you walk around and talk. And Dr. Anil has also mentioned Aga Khan is around here. We will have an opportunity from the tea break to come here and then do our gallery walk, which will be led by Tobias. I hope you are around. But in the meantime, let's break for tea. It is blessed because there was a prayer offered by the Reverend in the morning, and he's still seated there. I told him to sit for 3 days. He wanted to pray and go away. We don't allow that. Sindio? Maombi yanakaa hapa. You pray and you stay. So we watch you. So please break for tea. We have a 15-20 minute break actually for tea very quickly. And then when you come back, our key speakers and the guests will also be around again for us to continue. Thank you, and take the tea break. Online audience, you're also given an opportunity to take a quick break, and you can join us again after the session begins. Asanteni for being there, particularly the prison service.
Let me take this singular time to say I want to invite and sincerely invite all the stakeholders for the 5th ECD Stakeholders function that will be carried out in Turkana County. The land of Turkana, of course, as you have always been getting over even our Turkana cultural festivals, that Turkana is the home of all human beings. I think everybody will be pleased to come to Turkana, to come and see all the Let me take this singular time to say I want to invite and sincerely invite all the stakeholders for the 5th ECD Stakeholders function that will be carried out in Turkana County. The land of Turkana, of course, as you have always been getting over even our Turkana culture. Let me take this singular time to say I want to invite and sincerely invite all the stakeholders for the 5th ECD Stakeholders function that will be carried out in Turkana. County, and maybe many other very important sites like the Narikotome, where most of the very oldest fossils were excavated or found.
from trained manpower. The teachers that we have employed as a county are trained for this particular job, and we are even training more and more so that we have quality education to our children, because we believe that the education has to be revitalized from the down level.
At the moment, we have 138,297 children in all ECDs in Turkana County. We have a transition rate of about 80%. And the 20% that is attributed to so many other factors. One, Turkana community is more of a pastoralist community. So most times, most of the kids, after finishing PP2, they are always taken back to take care of their livestock and all that. So, but we are trying to bridge the gap so that we can attain the 100% transition rate.
Guidance of the law. Being a special county where it hosts the refugees, we bring in the refugees and trying to also give them the kind of education that they deserve. And also we have one ECD center called Kalobeye ECD Center that takes care of both the refugees and the host community. This is to make these children feel comfortable and to feel at home and gain the kind of knowledge and education that any other child needs.
Another thing that we have seen that has brought change that is going to affect the lives of our children is about the feeding guidelines that we have developed. Vegetable oil, we give them beans, and even we have innovative idea whereby we have also improved nutrition through Vigilant, supported by a partner called JICA.
Government of Japan, we concentrate for the improvement of the nutrition in Africa. And this is a part of one of the projects by IFNA. So that's why we are here to work for the improvement of the kids' health. Based on the data, we know that the nutrition condition of the kids in Turkana is not so good. That's why we want to improve their health condition by taking the vegetable.
Mary's Meals is a simple solution that works, a global movement whose main vision is to ensure that a child receives a daily meal in the place of education. So we started in 36 early childhood education centers with about 7,500 children. But as we continued, we were able to see the great partnership and working with the government other development partners and communities, and just the beautiful impact that we saw in the children. And that has grown from just 36 ECDs in 2018 to now 725 ECDs in Turkana alone. And the children have also grown to now about 185,000 children. So through the years, we've seen the great impact of these interventions. Remember, Turkana has experienced a myriad of challenges, the worst being hunger, malnutrition, household food insecurity, these poverty and high levels of illiteracy that have been able to be experienced. And what has happened is that children become the most affected, including conflicts in the border regions that we are able to work in. And so our intervention is a long-term commitment where we do know that an investment in education takes some time for us to be able to get the results. So our approach is to be able to give this support where we provide school meals free of charge.
We have a very good relationship with our partners. For instance, where we are now here in this ECD, Lochere Second, this ECD was built by Africa Exchange, which is a partner. Our feeding programs, almost 70% of our feeding programs in the county is done by Mary Mills, which is one of the biggest partners. In terms of training of our teachers, UNICEF comes in, LWF comes in, Lutheran World Federation. World Food is also one of the greatest partners that we have. So we have a collaboration, and within the key agenda of the governor, one of the 9 key agendas, that there must be partnership and collaborations. And in each of the partnerships and collaborations, we tend to have a memorandum of understanding that is geared to a point whereby we don't duplicate. If a partner is doing feeding, then another partner will do aspect of infrastructure. Another partner can be able to do aspect of training of teachers. So there is a whole lot of all these components coming together to ensure that our ECDs are working to the realization of revitalizing of education in Turkana.
One of the biggest challenges that we have within this institution is getting the children from the villages to this institution, because parents do not volunteer to bring these children. As it is well known in Turkana County, children who are disabled, actually, children with a disability actually are kept at home because they see as they have no use. The other biggest challenge is getting the girls to this institution. Getting girl child to this institution is a big challenge. We don't know whether it is because people offer children for marriage, or because they want the what do you call it? The livestock that they get from the person who is marrying the child. But we are still looking into that. But the main challenge is the parents don't want to bring the children to this institution. Not only this institution, but institutions with children who are disabled.
Ningependa kuwahimiza wazazi, maana wazazi ni mojawapo wa washikadau ambao wanafaa kusaidia katika kukuza elimu katika jamii. Naomba wazazi wale wa Turkana, walio mashinani na walio katika miji, kwamba tupeleke watoto wote shuleni, haswa wale ambao ni walemavu. Tusiwafiche watoto walemavu, tuhakikishe kwamba wamepelekwa katika shule. Maana shuleni walimu wamefunzwa jinsi ya kuwafunza watoto wa aina yoyote. Kwa hivyo msiwe na wasiwasi na kuwaficha hao watoto. Mtuletee hao watoto walemavu katika shule, kwa sababu tunajua kuna walemavu ambao ni weledi katika jamii, katika nyadhifa tofauti, viongozi ambao ni walemavu. Kwa hivyo msiwafiche watoto walemavu.
My message to the parents of Turkana: education is the only asset that you can always have, and you can always bank yourself on. Animals will come, climate change is there with us. This pastoralism eventually is not sustainable. But if we can be able to take our kids to school, if we can be able to ensure that our kids go to school, then we can be able to say that our future can still be sustained.
Tell the world, let us invest in children. Children make strong societies. And our governor, with his agenda number 5, revitalization of education, has said, let us invest in early childhood. And that's why we are recruiting more teachers. We are putting more money in early childhood to ensure that at least it's an investment that we have hope in it.
Shule za chekechea ni za muhimu sana katika maisha ya binadamu. Hii ni nguzo. Hapa ni mwanzo, hapa ndio msingi. Watoto ndio wapate kuwa hata washikadau ama wapate kuwa hata professionals katika kazi tofauti tofauti. Maisha yao yote itaanzia katika elimu. Na hata siku hizi ukiona Waturkana wamejua kwamba ili tupate kubadilisha ama tupate maendeleo na kubadilisha kaunti yetu iwe kama kaunti ama sehemu nyingine duniani zilizoendelea, lazima tuhakikishe kwamba tumeangazia masuala ya shule kwa umakini zaidi. Haswa elimu ya mtoto mvulana na msichana sawa sawa. Kwa hivyo tunajua maendeleo na mambo mengi mazuri ambayo yanakuja kupitia masomo, na masomo msingi wake ni ECD.
It's a digital learning platform focused on ECDE with 4 digital tools. 1. Digital lesson plans. Digital lesson plans for teachers developed by the Ministry of Education in line with CBC and KICD approved. They help the teacher deliver structured and engaging lessons, and they help improve learning outcomes, increase attendance and retention. 2. Digital learner exercises. These are digital learner exercises to practice concepts learned in class. They adapt to the learner's space and are fun and engaging. They are in line with CBC and KICD approved. Learners practice one by one in the digital learning corner without interrupting the lesson. 3. Monitoring and evaluation tools. Education officers have access to digital monitoring and evaluation tools to support their work. They can record school monitoring and evaluation visits and issue tickets to support their teachers efficiently. 4. Data dashboards. Government officials can access dashboards with key data on the ECD centers. The data helps them make informed decisions to improve the education in their county. The program costs 1,200 shillings per learner on the first year and 600 shillings per learner on the recurrent years. We encourage all counties to adopt this program to improve the learning outcomes in their ECD education.
Habari zenyu. Mimi naitwa Lili Atieno Doyo, natoka Thika Sub County. Mimi ni CHV wa Makongeni CU. Nafurahi sana tangu tupatane na hii ECD ikishirikiana na County Government of Kiambu under Thika Sub-County. Tumesomeshwa mambo mengi. Mimi kama CHV huwa naenda kwa households, manyumba kwa manyumba kuangalia watoto wadogo na wamama wajawazito. ECD imenirahisishia kazi juu imenifunza venye naweza enda huko kufunza hawa mama wajawazito jinsi ya kunywa IFAS, mtu aanze clinic mapema kuangalia hawa watoto wadogo. So hata imefanya cases ya hii low birth weight imekuwa chini. Hata mambo na nutrition tumefunzwa, mambo na food groups wenye hao mama wajawazito wanastahili kukula. Kama mama mjamzito anastahili kukula 3 meals, 2 snacks na 1 extra meal, na akipata mtoto anastahili kukula 3 meals, 2 extra meals na 2 snacks. So nimefurahi sana, na hata county government ya Kiambu nimewarudishia shukrani kwa sababu wametuelimisha, tukaenda huko vijijini kuelimisha watu. ECD network pia tumesema ni asante kwa sababu tunakuanga na trainings, tunakuanga na refreshment mingi ambao huwa inatufunza, bado inatuamsha, bado tuko na mother to mother support groups ambao tunaita hao wamama, tunawafunza na kila mama anakuja na ile shida ako nayo. Sasa kama mambo ya IFAS, kuna wamama walikuwa wanasema wawezi mesa IFAS, so tunajaribu kuwafunza mambo, na kila kitu lazima iwe na ubaya nini wake, side effects. So tunawaelezea side effects ya IFAS na ile masaa wako supposed kumeza hii IFAS. So na tena kupeleka watoto clinic, na hii male involvement imetusaidia sana, na hata siku hizi tunaona wazee wanakuja clinic na wamama zao. Alafu kitu ingine, hii mambo na 1000 days imetufunza sana. Hata tukirudi pale kwa community, unafunza mama, unamwambia kenye hajafanya kwa 1000 days, maisha ya mtoto isipofanywa na 1000 days, that is kutoka conception mpaka 2 years, maisha ya mtoto imepotelea hapo. So nimefurahi sana mimi kama CHV, tukiwa na CHVs wengine mahali ECD imetutoa kwa community. Tumefurahi sana wakishirikiana na county government, na waendelee hivyo tu kutusaidia na sisi tusaidie community. Asante sana.
Hi, karibuni sana to the ECD Network for Kenya documentary, our story from malezi bora ya awali. This is our journey.
Names are Dr. Hilary Kagwa Gishuki, the Acting County Director of Health, Kiambu County. So malezi bora is a biannual activity. It's normally it's an activity that has been ongoing, but the activities are normally considered on biannually in May and in November. Basically, the programs involve the supplementation of children below 5 years with vitamin A, and also deworming, especially in the ECD centers, our health facilities across the county, and also within households. ECD Network Kenya have been one of our partners in the area in the space of nutrition. Remember also now as a county, we also have a county nutrition action plan, which we are partnering with other partners in terms of budgeting for nutrition commodities. So the ECD network has been one of our major partners in areas of nutrition. They have been supporting us, especially in Thika and Lari sub-counties, where they support the ECD activities, especially vitamin A supplementation and deworming. I've trained healthcare workers in those 2 sub-counties. They support quarterly meetings for those sub-counties, especially for healthcare workers and community health volunteers. So I think there have been several gaps which can be worked upon. First of all is the Stakeholders Forum. I think, I know ECDs are domiciled in the education department, But I think if there are proper stakeholders meetings, especially between the health department and education, and also bringing all the stakeholders including the community leaders, the CHBs are a very critical component of this project for it to be successful. Then at least we also try to customize it into our health facilities, because what we are seeing in our counties is that those who miss out on those ECD centers, they are presenting to our facilities when they are suffering from malnutrition. So if these services also can be brought through CHBs and health promotion officers in our health facilities, we can be able to avoid these, some children missing out on the programs at the community level and presenting when they are already ill at the facilities. Another aspect I mentioned is empowering community health volunteers and community health units as basic units of rolling out the program.
My name is Rachel McKenna. I'm the Partnership Manager with Early Childhood Development Network for Kenya, that is ECD NEC. ECD Network being a membership organization, we are in different counties. We are mandated to do our work in 47 counties, but currently we are in 6 counties, Kiambu being one of them. In Kiambu County, we have a project that we are partnering in Kanko on Malezi Bora ya Awali project. This is a project that deals with the integrated early childhood development. In this one, this is where we use the approach of sectoral engagement, where we engage departments of health, we do education, we do social protection, and gender included. In Kiambu County, we've worked with different cadres from the county, where we work with the public health department. We also work with the county nutritionist. We work with and then at the sub-county level, we work with the public health. In the community, we work with the CHVs. The Malezi Bora ya Awali project has various activities that we do. For instance, we also focus on the evidence-based activities. We have been doing male engagement, where we do various dialogues with father-to-father dialogues, mother-to-mother dialogues, and also we've also been doing a lot of capacity strengthening, where we train the community health volunteers. We've also worked with the community health assistants and the entire sub-county team, including the sub-county medical officer of health, who is in charge of the entire team in the sub-county. And then we've also been doing a lot of the policy engagement, where we check the various policies that Kiambu County is implementing. For instance, currently, nationally, we have the integrated early childhood development policy. Even in Kiambu, being a network where we've been circulating to add inputs in that policy. Even in Kiambu County, we are checking to see what other things we can add in the policy, so that we can reach all the counties and all the needs that are on the ground. Something else that we'll be doing, we also do mentorship and support supervision in the county. This is where we work with from the county level and the sub-county teams. We go to the various the health facilities that are there, and the sub-county facilities that are in level 4, where we check the various things that the various indicators. Because in this project, as various indicators, we work alongside with the county interventions. Because the nutrition is an action plan, which has indicators that are relevant to what we are doing in our project. For instance, there is the breastfeeding indicators, the maternal, the maternal indicators. We've worked with Nutrition International since last year, because Malezi Bora ya Awali started last year, deciding next year. When we came to Kiambu County, the Nutrition International was already here, so they welcomed us to this county. We do the partner engagement meetings in Kiambu. For Malezi Bora ya Awali project, we are in 2 sub-counties, that is Thika sub-county and Lari sub-county. We are not only working with the health department, we are also working with the education department of Kiambu. We are also working with the social protection. The reason as to why we are doing ECD in Kiambu, you find that there is this training we do on care for child development, where we focus on the early years. When we came to Kiambu, we were like, I think we need to strengthen some of these components. So we decided to do the nutrition. Remember, nutrition alone cannot work. And remember, there's also malnutrition in Kiambu. If you say we work with health only, we will not be able to achieve the gap on malnutrition, because the issues of responsive caregiving, there's the issues of good health, there's issues of opportunities for early learning. So we decided to do like the sectoral, because actually we've trained around 60 pre-primary teachers. We are looking forward to even training, because we noted in Kiambu County, There is the public schools in Kiambu County that have children below 5 years, and there's also the private ECD centers that have children below 3 years. So we've already trained the teachers, the primary teachers, and we're also looking forward to training the caregivers who are taking care of children who are below 3 years and below.
My name is Rachel Wanjogo Dongo. I work in Kiambu County as the coordinator for nutrition services in the county. Currently in Kiambu County, we have various projects. We have one called MDA, Malezi Bora ya Awali, which is being supported by ECD Network. And this is also working in collaboration with Kiambu County and also other partners like Nutrition International, among many other projects that are running for nutrition in the county. Currently, we have collaboration between Nutrition International as a partner with Kiambu County, and among the various projects that were already started by Nutrition International, we have seen the ECD network coming in and also helping, move the agenda for nutrition at community level, where we are having a monthly meeting for CHVs and various projects. And one being looking at training the CHVs on baby-friendly community initiatives, and also on issues of bringing up the children, how to enhance proper growth for children within even the young age, as we even talk about the 1,000 days, and ensuring that even the play stations are done within the various facilities. So this is a key support, and also supervisions that have been done supported by ECD Network in the various projects where we are doing majorly in Lari Sub-County and Bika Sub-County within the various community units where we are doing the implementation of the BFCI, that is Baby-Friendly Community Initiatives. We also have health child development trainings that have been done within the 2 sub-counties where we are implementing, that is Lari and Thika. And the main focus is within the same and educating, empowering the health workers and the community health volunteers within those CUs, within Lari Sub-County and Thika Sub-County. So we also have monthly meetings, quarterly meetings for the health workers, looking at the various indicators, how they are performing, with the continued sensitization as they go on. Looking at the main goal, we are looking at improving the nutrition status of our community, our population. And for the 2 projects, looking at Nutrition International and ECD Network, we have a key focus majorly looking at the children below 5 years, and with a focus of the 1,000 days, where we are focusing on ensuring that proper growth, issues like stunting are majorly affected within the 1,000 days and cannot be reversed. So we really want to maximize this window of opportunity within the 1,000 days to ensure that our children, their potential in terms of growth, education, because if the children are stunted at this particular time, you'll find that their education is affected. They are developing, they are, as an adult, how they develop, how productive will be. So we are really looking at how to enhance that our children have grown well, their nutrition status is well, they are eating well, they are developing well. So our main focus in Kiambu County is improving the nutrition status of our children and our population at large.
My name is Hannah Mboro Masharia. I work with Nutrition International. I coordinate nutrition activities in Kiambu County, which is one of the counties we support in implementing maternal newborn child health and nutrition activities. Nutrition International has been working in collaboration with the Ministry of Health, Kiambu County, that is the Department of Health, and this is more than 4 years now. And our key support is in strengthening existing health systems in the county, and this has been through support to programming, which is around maternal, newborn health and child health and nutrition. And this we love doing. We have done it.
Hello. Thank you very much. Welcome back. Those of us who are still doing the gallery walk, I would like to request us now to sit in the tent a little bit. We want to go ahead with what we planned to do. So kindly, please come back to your seats. Our guests are here. tafadhali wale wote ambao bado mko nje, njooni tuketi pamoja. Tunataka kuanza sehemu yetu ya pili. Thank you. All of us, please, let's have our seats. We want to get started. Oh. Faith, please come. Karibuni First Ladies, thank you for coming. The Deputy Governor, asante sana kwa kufika. Tunafurahia kwamba umekuwa pamoja nasi. Asante, karibu. Wana DG, kuna mahali utaelekezwa upate kuketi. First Ladies, karibuni sana. The other county staff, if you can take seats on the other side also, it's okay. There are seats there that are unmarked. You can also have your seats there. Karibuni sana. Those of us who are still walking around, please, could we find our way to our seats? We want to get into the next session. I would like to request Bana Mirumbe, if you are there, kindly come to the front. The CEO of the National Council for Children's Services, Abdi Sheikh. Abdinur Sheikh, please. Bwana Mirumbe, your seat is there, please. You can, yes, karibu. If someone can get for me the CEO of the National Council for Children's Services. Kindly, yes, Bwana Ator, thank you very much for assisting with that. Is Professor Gikonyo around from Kenyatta University? Oh, it's Dr. Waithaka. Dr. Waithaka from Kenyatta University. Dr. Waithaka from Kenyatta University, please come. Thank you. Mtoto News, please prepare a connection for Vincent Oluche from the Ministry of Education, the Principal Research Officer, if he is not around. Is Vincent here? Oluche? Okay. Yes, so I would like to request us to please take our seats. Tafadhali wale ambao bado tuko kule nje, ninawaomba kwa heshima kubwa tafadhali tuweze kupata kuketi ili kwamba tuanze sehemu hii ya pili. Mweke pale. Kiti chake kiko pale. Mahali Paul Wainaina imewekwa Professor Mwoma. Lazima tu account. Yes, I want to. Okay. Kwa mara ya mwisho sasa, wale ambao wako hapo wakitembea, ningelipenda kuomba tuweze kuketi. We also have our online audience. I hope they are back on. I hope you enjoyed your tea. I can't tell who's online at the moment. It's only Mtoto News that is on. but I hope we will get the others. Once you get them in, you let me know who's in. And Abisaki, please come. Natumai wote sasa tumeketi, and we want to get into another session of keynote addresses. I'm waiting for my sister Abisaki to find her way to the front, and then we also have this other session chair, Leonard Chumo, who is around, and he'll also be part of the process. So unfortunately, I can do very little to help you with the heat, but I can only help you to know this. The heat is going to stay. So that's the only thing I can help you to know, that it's going to stay. So you can choose to either decide to accommodate it, or you say, we are not going to. Yeah? But you are going to accommodate it. It's very cool here, by the way. Why am I standing in the sun all the time? It's because of the camera. Anyway, ninyi hata munihurumii. So we are now moving into the next session, but as we do so, allow me to recognize the presence of our Deputy Governor, Turkana County, Daktari John Erus. Tunashukuru sana kwamba umeweza kufika. Please let's clap for him and appreciate him. He's been here since morning, actually, waiting for our chief guest on the other side. I may want to recognize the other team, and I will do so at an appointed time, but thank you very much for all making time to be part of this conversation. So I want to invite Abisaki, Daktari, to take us through 2 keynote addresses, and then Leonard will take the next bit. So we have 2 keynote addresses that Abisaki will be taking us through. Yeah, thank you. Finally, we have Ban Abdi Sheikh in the room, Abdi Nur, sorry, Sheikh. So we are glad that the CEO is here also. He'll just join us up here and we can continue. For the Secretariat, please have the CEO's presentation also ready somewhere, because he will need it when he's making his presentation. Okay? You have it. Thank you. Okay, so I'm handing over to Abisaki, who will take us through 2 keynote addresses. I also would like to just find out whether we have any connection with Vincent, already set Mtoto News. Is that connection with Vincent available? Okay. Yes, thank you. So, so we have this session that will be led by our sister here before she hands over to Leonard to be able to continue.
Our Deputy Governor, who is here with us, the First Ladies, who are also here with us, and I don't want to say the rest, but the rest of us, Good afternoon. Good afternoon once again. Karibu sana Turkana. You have been promised one thing, that the sun is here to stay. So let us bear with it. It gives me a lot of pleasure to chair this session. We had a session in the morning, then we broke for tea, and now we are back fresh. My session is this session where we have Professor Paul Wainaina, the VC of Kenyatta University, Ministry of Education by Mr. Sereria Mirumbe, and Dr. Beatrice Inyangala. They have been represented by their representatives from the universities, except Mr. Sereria Mirumbe, who is here with us. And I would very quickly like to invite the first speaker, who is none other than Dr. Esther Waithaka, the Chair of Department of Early Childhood and Special Needs Education from Kenyatta University. Shall we prepare so that we give them we give her a very, very warm welcome. And this session is well represented by the lady. Thank you so much, she's already here. Shall we then prepare and give her a round of applause? Thank you, just keep going until I say stop. Unfortunately, I can't do it myself, so do it for me and do it loudly. Thank you so much. You're beautiful people. You're so wonderful. Thank you, Daktari and Karibu. Yes, we expect that we do 10 minutes each, but it's not too restrictive. If you can extend a little, it's okay. But within the 10 minutes, we'll be very happy. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor, First Ladies, all protocols observed, good afternoon. As you have heard, my name is Esther Waithaka. I'm the Chair Department, as you have heard. And this afternoon, I'm delighted to stand here on behalf of Kenyatta University, the institution that really counts when it comes to matters education. I know even our colleagues who are in other universities agree with me. And I am very excited that you found it worthy to invite our Vice Chancellor, Kenyatta University, to come and participate in this forum. In his absence, because I'm a chair, I'm a member of his Senate, I feel I am able to tell you about what we are doing at Kenyatta University, because for Kenyatta University, we are not only on policy, but we are in action. No wonder the director, Dr. Teresa Mwama, the director of this ECD network, comes from Kenyatta University. So our people have made it happen. I'm not ignorant of the fact that they would not have done it alone. We have been supported, and this is a national event in honor of the child. Now, the role of higher institutions of learning cannot be underestimated when it comes to education and to development, not only of children, but development, because there is a lot of research. And after research, the university also starts taking action, and we are all supposed to take action. Now, apart from teaching and research, universities and institutions of higher learning have a duty and responsibilities to engage with other stakeholders to ensure that the child is well taken care of. For many years, children were to be seen, not to be heard. But I thank organizations and the government who have recognized the place of the child. Because if the child is not nurtured well from the beginning, from conception, I heard speakers talk about from birth. At Kenyatta University, we think about conception because there are many things that would go wrong before the child comes to this earth. And therefore, at Kenyatta University, we think about the expectant mother, and we focus on the child up to 8 years. This is in early childhood. But remember, Kenyatta University is an institution that trains teachers for all levels. So we have put various measures in place to support child initiatives under capacity building in early childhood. Kenyatta University was the first university in the south of Sahara to start early childhood. Maybe you let us clap for Kenyatta University, not me. Yeah, the programs for early childhood started in 1995 thanks to World Bank, and the program has gone on and on, and we offer bachelor's up to PhD levels in early childhood. So we have graduated more than 10,000 graduates in early childhood since the inception of the program. I believe in this gathering, we have very many graduates of Kenyatta University. Can you please stand up if you are a graduate of Kenyatta University? Early childhood. Yeah, you have seen. This is Kenyatta University. I hope, not early childhood only, but we have many in early childhood. I hope our Vice Chancellor is watching online to see the kind of people Kenyatta University has produced, because even to come to Turkana, it means that you are committed. So the Department of Early Childhood was merged with special needs. So we are now in the Department of Early Childhood and Special Needs, which means we are training graduates who are able to assess needs for disabilities very early in life. And I hope other universities could emulate us. We are also planning to come up with short courses for certificates in early childhood and special needs to work as assistants of teachers in ECD centers. In advocacy in early childhood, since 2015, the Department of Early Childhood and Special Needs Education has been hosting the ECD network. In fact, the offices are in Kenyatta University. And this was founded by Dr. Teresa Mwoma, who is here with us. Dr. Teresa, maybe some people have not seen her. Maybe you could stand up, Daktari. We are in the same department, but this lady has got untold energies. If I was given an opportunity to say the things she does, you would marvel. Daktari, forge ahead. Then we have other people from the department who are working with Daktari. And you remember, those of you who have been in ECD, we hosted this conference in 2018. And this attracted over 250 participants. And I know the stories they have spread all over have made more people to join. Under caregiving in early childhood, because I said in Kenyatta University, we have moved from policy. And we have an early childhood center where we have got pre-primary 1 and pre-primary 2, and the university has hired graduates to teach the young children. And county governments, take note, universities hire them as graduates, giving them graduate salaries. This is what we would like to advocate for, because we have seen the people who come to take early childhood as students who have passed very well at O level in Form 4. I know my colleagues who are with me here witnessed some of them shed tears when they were requested to move to other degrees, but they refused. We are hosting them. People with A-, and even here, we have our students who passed very well, but they went to early childhood. And let me tell you, if you invest in children, you will never regret. This is what Kenyatta University is doing. So our teachers are graduates. We have about 6 of them handling 3 classes, and they have got other support staff. Under research in early childhood, Kenyatta University, in collaboration with Tharaka-Nithi County, Yale University, and Bangor University, through University Women Economic Empowerment Hub, are conducting a randomized control trial focusing on coming up with playgroup centers within public pre-primary schools. Remember, pre-primary 1 is taking 4-year-olds, and the need has been identified through research for the 3-year-olds who needs to be prepared for PP1. So this is, this is going on, and the study is funded by Bill and Melinda Gates. Dr. Muama, again, is part of it. Dr. Ugo, who is here, you can put your hand up. Daktari is a member of that team. So we are saying that Kenyatta University has put initiatives in place, initiatives that make the institution make a major contribution towards children's development. We are encouraging other institutions because we are not competing. You know, you have got students who have got babies. They need to be taken care of. We are also coming up with a lab school at Kenyatta University so that people can come and see what needs to be done in the CBC era. Plans are underway. You know, registration takes some time, but we have made all the plans to come up with a lab school that will act as a model school for other people to come and see. I know it would be very difficult for people from Turkana to come to Kenyatta University. So we are requesting other universities, because they are here, to think about it. I thank the governor, in absentia, for allowing this conference to happen here in Turkana County. We are also very grateful to the principal to Turkana University, Professor George Cheminingwa, for hosting the conference. I know we are here, but we are hosted by Turkana University. Finally, I recognize the immense support the network has received over the years from the government, from the county, from the counties, from other agencies, from civil society organizations, the private sectors, all of you, because by coming, you are supporting this initiative that started from Kenyatta University. We don't own it, but now we are supporting the initiative for the love of the child. So as Kenyatta University, we are requesting all of us to think about the child, to give the child the best. Before we think about other levels of education, let us think about the child. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I want us to all just be babies, 0 to 3, and probably just stand up a little and appreciate Dr. Esther Waithaka for her presentation. Look around you. You are a child of 0 to 3 years. Please pick the flowers, pick the flowers, pick the flowers, pick, and let us all flower her. Blue flowers, they say mambulu, ma red, ma lendi, ma purple. Thank you so much, Dr. Waithaka, for that informative talk. Now, next, and thank you so much for being very good students, very good early childhood students. I want to now invite Mr. Mirumbe, the acting, Mirumbe Sereria. Hey, your jina ni kama tongue twister. Sereria, I think I've got it right now. And he's the acting director of ECDE. He's very passionate about the Kenyan child, and let us feel this passion as he takes the stage. Thank you so much. And maybe he is going to tell us about what he's going to say, but I can say it first. He is talking about the role of the Ministry of Education in promoting quality early childhood education. I believe men are better timekeepers than ladies, so please respond to that. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I'm happy to join this team. I would want to appreciate the Deputy Governor and all the protocols observed. As you said, good afternoon. I'll keep to the time. I'm a teacher, and I wanted to also say that, as Dr. Oscar said, the weather is so good for us, and it will not change. Because of that, mine is just to give you what the ministry is doing to ensure that our education is to the quality and ensure that all the partners and players do what is necessary for this Kenyan child. I will start by introduction that the Constitution of Kenya 2010 obligates the state to take measures and ensure that all learners access to quality, age, and developmentally appropriate education. Now, when we talk about age appropriate, we normally give these young ones even a chair that is not to the age. It is bigger than the child. So we say that even that chair should be age appropriate. Even the material that we give should be appropriate to the age, to the developmental of their mentor. So another thing that we normally say, it affirms that action to ensure that minority and other marginalized groups are provided with special opportunities to education and economic field to enhance equity and inclusion. We talked about equity here with somebody saying about special needs education. Do we care for them? Do we have assistive device to ensure that they are also using them for that. Now, when we talk about research, research has always shown that children who participate in quality pre-primary education programs are better prepared for primary education. So for transition, if you have not taken that kid to the pre-primary learning, PP1, PP2, then that child is not well prepared to transit to the next level of the primary education. So this one improve school readiness, and which result to reduction in repetition, dropout rates, and increased learning achievements. So what we are saying on quality is a mandate of all of us to ensure that that is done according to that. So according to ratified international protocols aligned to, it upholds fundamental human rights and freedoms. Accordingly, Kenya has ratified the Sustainable Development Goals, and that is goal number 4, which obligates government to ensure the provision of inclusion and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. Most importantly, we target 4.2 of this commit to ensure that by 2030, all girls, boys have access to quality early childhood development and pre-primary education so that they are ready for primary education. We are now coming to milestones. On the milestones, there are so many that the national government is working with the county government to ensure that our young girls and boys access to quality. When we talk about quality, it's a vast area, and the vast areas start with the environment, and the environment is the classroom. We have to ensure that classrooms have been constructed. And from 2013, when the devolution took place, most counties, if not all, have constructed more classrooms for our learners. They have also employed trained teachers in early childhood education because they are using the TSC number for registration. Without registration, then you are not a teacher. You are not entitled for that. The counties have also established school feeding program. We talk about nutrition. We talk about some places that are hard to reach. We say that without the food, a child cannot concentrate in class. And without feeding, and a proper feeding, please, because there are some counties that provide porridge only, and they don't give other meals. According to the policy, it states that they have to have morning meal, mid-meal, at the same time a lunch break meal, so that at least it is a well-balanced diet. There are also some cadre of ECD personnel that have been recruited by the counties to ensure that they monitor and then also improve the physical facilities. National government has strengthened collaboration and networking. The national government through ECD network, you may find that they have what is called NESEC, National Early Childhood Education Committee, whereby it networks with all the other providers of ECD services, that is the Ministry of Health, Child Protection, and also when we talk about the children's services, so that when they are in that committee, the child could grow holistically without missing one of those areas. We also say, for quality delivery, we need to have a framework that also include SESEC at the county level. SESEC is County Early Childhood Education Committee, which also comprise the same membership at the national level, but now devolved to the county levels. The national government has also developed the National Pre-Primary Education Committee policy and the standard guidelines. The pre-primary policy is having 5 areas that are thematic areas that all of us have seen it and are supposed to ensure that it is adhered to. It is a 2017 document that is ought to have also been revised after 5 years. And as I'm talking, I'm requesting for the partners to ensure that we revise according to the changes that have taken place in the education acts that have been produced between that time and this time. So I'm very sure we shall get that. That policy talks about access, quality, and relevance. It also talks about inclusive, and also apart from that, it talks about research, monitoring, and evaluation. So those are some of the areas that it states, and all of us have seen it because during dissemination, which was supported by UNICEF, we disseminated it to all the counties, 47 counties. That was 2018. And it has a policy guidelines that also talk about what does the policy talk about. The guidelines states what we are expected to have if it is a trained teacher. Another area that we should talk about is that the ministry also has collaborated with Ministry of Health and others in vaccination against TB to prevent some of the most contagious diseases to the pre-primary learners. I want to assure you that as much as we have health, most learners listen more to the teachers than even the parents. So when the teachers tell them that there is vaccination, they would listen to it and they will do it, and that one is perfectly done. The ministry also ensure that realization of target 2 of SDG to ensure that all boys and girls have access to quality education. Remember, with the Basic Education Act 2013, it is stipulated that whoever doesn't take the kid to school, that person is supposed to be also maybe arrested, and there are fines that they are supposed to do. So we are working with the national government on child protection to ensure that they access to that. On quality, we are also saying that the ministry this year, budget 2023-2024, it has also allocated more funds in the Directorate of Quality Assurance and Standards. And we heard the peers saying, we shall also involve a good work with the pre-primary institutions so that they are not left out. And he insisted by saying the county government should collaborate with the national government to ensure that quality assessment of institutions is done. On competence-based curriculum, the PP1 and the PP2 teaching and learning play materials were developed by KICD, and I'm very sure they are being used in our institutions. Capacity building of pre-primary teachers on CBC by KICD and the CMASTER is also, you know, capacity building, you don't stop. You start and you continuously train, capacity build the teachers on a new pedagogy that you are supposed to have. The Ministry also of Education, with the in collaboration with the county government and UNICEF, we also finalized the schemes of service for pre-primary teachers, knowing that without the teachers being comfortable, without the teachers being at least honored, we shall lack some of the direction that we want to put. Now, on training of the ECD teachers, and which was mainstreamed, I want to say here that it has been revised, and now the question that you must have some grades in maths and the others, now it is not yet there now. From now, the circular is out. All the KCSE learners who graduated or who had also qualified, they are supposed to apply, and train as it is. We also developed Kenya School Readiness Assessment Tool. These learners also need to have the tool for assessment. We had to work with the NEC, KICD, and the county governments to ensure that that one is also done. On talent development and the nurturing of the individual talents, we have also involved the drama music competition with our ECD, both zonal, sub-county, county, and the national. Even the one that presented here, they must have also gone beyond those levels. On inclusive education, we have done adaptive curriculum for learners with hearing, physical, and visual impairment, because they have also to have a curriculum and some resource materials to use. And there are also assistive devices which have been developed by national government to ensure that those are done at that place. I would also want to mention what one person or one officer would also say. We have a policy on incarcerated mothers which was developed in 2022. For this one, we have parents that have been imprisoned, but there is no policy to guide them on those learners. You find that you are pregnant, you have been sentenced for some years, you give birth, that kid is not taken care of. So the government has come up with that policy. Somebody else will come and talk more about it. There is also policy on learners and the trainee with the disability that is also to cater for those learners that are having disabilities in one way or the other. Lastly, I would want to appreciate the organizers, the partners who have brought together the national government, the county government, and the key stakeholders in this conference so that we could share. These bodies, we should cooperate. We should benchmark from one another to another and ensure that we converge together to ensure that we have synergized, and all that we have to reflect from this is a roadmap for a robust teamwork for quality services. I know I may have not taken the time that he was there, but sir, thank you so much. All the best.
Thank you so much. I wish from the onset to take back my words that men are better timekeepers than ladies. We are equal. Thank you. Now, as you all know, that this conference is a virtual, it's blended, sorry, so we have both virtual and face-to-face presentations. Our next presentation is going to be a virtual presentation. And I want you to be very keen on your screens because we are somebody is imitating me, okay, sorry. We are going to have the screens broadcasted on the slides broadcasted on our screens and follow from your screens. Our representative for the PS of Higher Education and Research, presenting on the role of research in policy development and implementation in Kenya. That is Vincent Oluche, the Principal Research Officer. But before we do that, I don't want the speaker who has left the floor to feel that we have not appreciated him. He has done a wonderful job, so factorials would do for him. So let us get to the factorials. I may not do them so well because of my challenge, but I would ask one Madam Pauline, is she there? to help us through this. Thank you so much, Madam, for agreeing. I can see you standing. So help us through the factorials to appreciate Sireria Mirumbe. Sereria. The name is a tongue twister, I said. Thank you. Thank you so much, Madam Pauline, from where you are. A very good student of mine. And now let us welcome the virtual presentation.
All protocols. Ladies and gentlemen,
anyone who's, but I noticed all of them, there is just kindly, sir, we apologize for that. Just a minute, and I think you'll allow us to just move to the next one as they deal with this, and then we will get back to you, Vincent. Please don't go for lunch, just wait. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Leonard is my name. The surest way any country or county can get out of poverty and attain equitable development, justice, and prosperity is by investing in early childhood. It is not a mere coincidence that we are talking about the foundation of lifelong development from the cradle of mankind. The gods must be watching how we steward the greatest responsibility that keeps the planet at its best. It's my honor to invite Abdinur Sheikh from the National Council of Children's Services to talk to us. Abdinur.
Thank you. His Excellency the Governor, First Ladies present, organizers of this conference, the ECD network, our hosts, Turkana County, and our co-host, Turkana University. Distinguished guests from the many parts of the country and even outside, I feel actually very impressed, and as a child protection expert, from the representation of people who are here, the far and wide parts they came from, I feel greatly honored indeed. This is an indicator that we are all determined to make sure that we further the cause of our children. My presentation is on the role of NCCS in unpacking the Children Act and the regulatory and policy framework for the implementation of the ECD policy. In both cases, I will heavily refer to the two documents which I mentioned. For one, I will heavily refer to the Act in terms of NCCS role in unpacking the Act, and equally on the ECD policy and the regulatory and policy framework for the implementation. I will equally refer to the ECD policy itself, the Kenya integrated ECD policy, and where we are right now. For the Children Act, the process of amending the Children Act was a very long process. For some of you who may have been part of the process may allude to, but what necessitated were several things. For one, we were using the Children Act 2001, and of course we had our Constitution of Kenya 2010, and for us to align the laws dealing with our children to the Constitution, we had to start to come up with a new act. At the same time, we needed to align our laws guiding children with other regional and international instruments such as the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, as well as the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child. As you may all agree also, there had been a lot of emerging issues regarding children, and the Act intended to address some of these emerging issues, including radicalization, online abuse, deinstitutionalization, intersex children, inheritance versus inheritance of children, diversion of children, and conflict with the law, and issues of that nature. And what is the Children Act? The Children Act, as described, the Children Act number 29 of 2022 reflects and protects children in Kenya in today's reality. It's informed and supported by other acts that relate to children, including the Education Act 2013, the Sexual Offense Act 2006, the Registration of Birth Act, and many others including. About the National Council for Children's Services, and at this juncture, I wish to ask officers from the State Department of Social Protection, if there are some of you who are here, please can you stand up? That is the Directorate of Children's Services, Child Welfare Society of Kenya, Disability Council, and of course, the National Council is a sister agency to the Directorate of Children's Services, where the Directorate of Children's Services is the implementing agency, and National Council of Children's Services is a state corporation in the category of a regulatory agency. The Council, which are the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection, thank you officers, you can sit, within the State Department of Social Protection and Senior Citizen Affairs, is established under Section 41 of the Children Act and draws its mandate from Section 42 of the same Act. The Council is mandated to regulate, coordinate, and oversight children's services and also advise the government on all matters relating to children. The Council's vision is a protected and an empowered child. And our mission is to regulate, supervise, advise, coordinate, and mobilize resources for the realization of the rights of children. In illustrations, the Council's mandate are generally four. We have an advisory role for all affairs matters and matters relating to children, a regulatory role and a coordination role. The Council also has an oversight role. The Children Act is an act of Parliament, as may be cited. that gives effect to Article 53 of the Constitution to make provision for children's rights, parental responsibilities, alternative care of children, including guardianship, foster care placement, adoption, and to make provisions for care and protection of children and children in conflict with the law, as well as those who come in contact with the law, and regulate the administration of children's services, to establish the National Council for Children's Services, among other agencies, and for connected purposes. In terms of the objectives, as we said, the Council, the Act actually intends to give to effect Section 53 of the Constitution and to give effect to other obligations. I will be very brief on this part in the arrangement of the Act which comprises of 16 parts and the 7 schedules. In part 1, it's a preliminary. Part 2 is on the safeguards to children. Part 3 is on parental responsibility. Part 4 of the Act is on the administration of children's services. Financial provisions is Part 5, and roles of county governments is Part 6. For the first time now, the Act recognizes the roles of the county governments, and we beseech that county governments collaborate and make sure that they deliver on those roles now that they are in law, and they had even earlier been dealing with children issues. And children mostly belong to the counties. Part 4 of the Act is children institutions. Part 7 of the Act is on children institutions. Part 8 of the Act is children's court. Part 9 is on custody and maintenance. Part 10 is on guardianship. Part 11 of the Act is on judicial interventions for the care and protection of children. Then Part 12 is children in need of care and protection. Part 13 is foster care placement. Part 15 is adoption, which Kenyans have long been waiting for. Part 16, Part 15 is children in conflict with the law, and Part 16 is on miscellaneous issues. In terms of gains, I will just be mentioning generally the gains. The Act has furthered on the best interest of the child, and in every action we are doing individually or collectively or institutionally, the best interest of the child should be of paramount. However, guidance has been given, and in Schedule 1 also too. Parental responsibility has however been articulated. Children now have a right, and both parents have a duty to take care of their children and offer parental responsibility and parental rights, whether children are born within wedlock or out of wedlock, and this is in tandem with our Constitution. For the first time also, the Act realized the rights of intersex children. As you may know, this is a category that have been silently suffering, and now the Act recognizes their right, and we should do the best we can do and what they deserve. In terms of protection from abuse, in section 22 of the Act dwells mostly on protection from abuse. And some of the new things now which are there is elaborate ways of dealing with online abuse for children, which is one of the emerging menaces which our children are suffering now. Then there's the right to social security. Section 12 of the Act covers social security and obligates the National Treasury to create a children welfare fund. In terms of the roles of various stakeholders, and back also to the National Council for Children's Services, and in terms of its unpacking of the Act, the Council unpacks the Act using all those mandates which we have mentioned, but mostly through coordination of actors, through advisory roles to the concerned, and even in terms of the regulatory process and regulatory role. Some of the various stakeholders, but among not all of them, that have a role in the Act include the National Treasury. Section 12.7 provides for collaboration with the Cabinet Secretary in charge of Children Affairs to establish a child welfare fund. Roles of various stakeholders continue with the county governments. Section 61, 62 appoints and designates specific areas of estates and villages as public child play and recreational facilities which shall be accessible to all children, including children with disabilities. Facilitate the provision of free primary education, develop policies and guidelines to carry out its function and establish child welfare schemes and child care facilities. In collaboration with the Cabinet Secretary, also to establish child rescue centers. The Act in Section 63 requires that a child rescue center is created in every county in this country for the protection of children, whether they are in conflict with the law or in contact with the law, or children in need of care and protection. Another role also is judiciary for the establishment of child-friendly children courts by the Chief Justice, designation of magistrates in the courts, and conduct civil and criminal proceedings in the courts established. The Inspector General also has a role here and is expected to establish child protection units in every police station for providing child-friendly environment for children in conflict with the law, and establish a special police unit to deal with children matters, prevent and control child offenses, apprehend child offenders, and investigate child offenses. The probation department equally is expected to give probation officers and members of the Children Advisory Committee supervision of children committed to rehabilitation schools, conduct preliminary assessment to children in conflict with the law, and to be appointed by courts to monitor child's compliance with an identified diversion option, and shall attend a family group conference to make the child understand the impact of the offense committed. Registration of birth is also expected to be entering in the register about the birth of children, and amend the Births and Deaths Registration Act to include the details of intersex child or intersex persons. Having said that, I wish to remind us, as said by Awan Wilbur Ross, it's important to have a sound idea, but the real important thing is the implementation. All these things we talk about and the good things we say remain neutral if we cannot be very deliberate and effective in our implementation. I therefore wish to call upon all of us to implement this act and any other laws relating to the best interest of our children. And on the ECD policy, of course, it had a long history, and it can even date back to 2005, Sessional Paper number 1, then the National Early Childhood Development Policy Framework, the ECD policy draft, and so. But what we are all cognizant of is that when it comes to ECD matters in our country, there is a lot of fragmentation and siloed working, where every sector would be taking ECD as their own issue. And honestly, for most of us, we thought ECD was about education only. However, ECD is more than education, and it needs an integration and a whole approach system to make sure that all sectors work together and we address the holistic needs of the child, and our perspective should change from the narrow sectoral perspective to an integrated holistic perspective. And why do we need this policy? We need this policy, one, to provide for strategies, procedures, and standards. Number two, we need to harmonize the goals, objectives, and strategies. We also need to integrate ECD policies and elements into the agenda of each sector. We further need to assist the national and county governments respond more timely and effectively to demand for local ECD services. We further need to maximize the use of scarce financial, human, and material resources by providing guidance on combining them. And we need to build coordination systems that help programs and designers and administrators and field workers and evaluators work together in teams to achieve ECD goals. The Council, in its coordination role, is dedicated to make sure that we further the integrated national ECD policy, coordinate all stakeholders. Earlier speakers have all shown curiosity and anxiety regarding when we will be implementing. I wish to assure you that the Council is determined, and already we have a roadmap, and still we will increase the number of persons engaged and engagements. But we also appeal for your support and cooperation, all of you, as communities, as families, as national government actors and other county government actors, civil society organizations, development actors, the fourth estate, and all of us. As they say, it takes a whole village to bring up a child. It takes our collective collaboration and all of us being together to make sure that we deliver for our children. In terms of the phases, there was the preparation phase, a situation analysis, community, regional, and national consultations. There are the policy draft and reviews, and of course desk reviews and related issues, and the validation and approval and adoption. There we have the contents of our ECD policy. I think I may not need to go into. However, we have the following forward acknowledgments, title of contents, acronyms, glossaries, executive summary, backgrounds, ECD situation analysis, national ECD policy vision and mission, national ECD goals and objectives, policy statements and strategies, program areas, M&E framework and policy indicators, cross-sectoral organization structures for implementing the ECD policy. I don't need to go to other details. And in my final remarks, I wish to also quote an anonymous quote, where we are told, to be in your children's memory tomorrow, you have to be in their lives today. And if you are not in the life of your child today, then you need not to blame them in the end when they go astray. And before I conclude, I wish to thank my lecturer, Madam Kangede, and the staff of Kenyatta University who are here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, CEO of the Council. And I think there are a lot of good things that have come out of this presentation. What we do is enshrined in the law. Some people think the work of children is philanthropy. Tunafikiria ni kusaidia tu watoto. They have a right. In fact, I have heard over the last 6 months that the newest human right now is the right of the child. So if the right of the child has not been observed, we have been denied one human right. So it is legal, and we would like to see people arrested in the counties for not doing what is law. But we also need policies. How do we do it? And that's the toughest question. And thank you for taking us through the integrated ECD policy, which brings all of us together as stakeholders. And Manisa said earlier, it's not for one person, not for one government, not for one ministry, not for one community. The Nurturing Care Framework says all governments, all communities, all systems, all families, all people, all of us. And the implementation is the next phase for the IECD policy. And the Council has been one of the missing stakeholders in the last few years, for those of us who have been in the network for a while. So we really celebrate and honor their existence and the force that they're bringing that we needed. It was missing. and we are happy that you're taking the responsibility. I will not ask people to clap for you. What I'm going to ask, he has made a request. We need to resource the council. We need to support. And we can make one plea from counties or partners who are here. You can second the staff to the council. You can, I think you can write a fund without a proposal to the council. Just tell them we have 1 million USD. We would like you to implement the policy over the next 5 years. That is my way to appreciate him. So thank you very much, and thank you for listening to him. Thank you.
Wow, how can we appreciate Leonard? Leonard has made a very key commitment here, a request from all of us. And I think we are here because we said we are moving from, niko peke yangu kwa hii conference, from policy and evidence to what? So who is going to act to support the council? Na mnanyamaza. You are the ones, isn't that so? And just for your information, all these years, we've had an acting CEO. I want to just say it here with his permission. Substantively from Friday, we now have a full CEO sitting at the National Council for Children's Services. And that is a great thing that we have the first, and we know we are going to make movements ahead. So thank you very much. We appreciate you. I am made to understand that there is somebody who has a connection to the Zoom link and is still online. So we are still having feedback. And you know, the ministry wants to talk. Hey, you people, the ministry wants to talk. Please switch off. Naomba tu, ikiwa ni wewe ambayo unajisikiliza, unajua hata katika radio ukitaka kutuma salamu, some of us are tempted to put the radio on and you want to talk. You will not. So tafadhali, if you have that gadget, there is one gadget that is on here that is giving us feedback, and we would like the principal research officer to speak. I don't know if Mtoto News, you can tell me that it's now gone. It's now gone. Thank you. That prayer has been answered. So Abisaki, back to your guest. Very quickly.
I had introduced my guest, and we had a hitch, and I want to thank all of you for being cooperative. And so now it is time to go back and listen to what Vincent Oluche has, representing Dr. Beatrice Inyangala, the PS of Higher Education. So Vincent, are you there? Okay. The floor is yours. Thank you.
It appears that hitch is still there, so we will learn on the ropes. But at this point in time, I want to open us up to a session where we can respond to some of the issues that have been raised and also ask questions. Sinikwele, just before we move on, is there anything that has been said, and we have all our speakers here, none has left, including the one who prayed for us. So even if the prayer is an item you want to talk about, we can always ask a question. So I am here with the microphones, and there are others here. I'm going to ask that I get support. The cameraman, Poleni Sana, will just have to keep moving the microphone so that you can get some responses. Yes, Toby, please come and help me. Your agenda, I see you. We need to move these microphones around, and we need you to speak. Anybody who wants to respond to anything that has been said from the morning sessions up till now. Yes, the grandfather of ECD is here. Yes, there are microphones that are on top there. You can have one. But I want to give Professor Ngasike an opportunity to say something.
Thank you, Kadenge. I wish to appreciate all the presenters from this morning. But there is one question that is disturbing me. Having worked in ECD for quite a bit and having struggled with teachers, ECD teachers, I want to ask this question. What is holding the scheme of service for ECD teachers? The ECD was devolved together with the counties. The counties have been there now. This is over 10 years. What is the problem with the scheme of service for ECD teachers?
Huyo profesa ameuliza ni jambo gani ambalo linafanya kunakuwa na kikwazo, lakini nimeona tayari CECs wako ready na answer. The CECs already have an answer. So I will come to you first and then come to Daktari, because I said the answers are also where? From policy and evidence to what are you doing?
Thank you very much. I'm not answering very well the professor's question, because that is something that is supposed to be done by the Remuneration Commission that did something. I don't know where they went and did it from without involving us properly. They produced something that is like paying not even a worker in the house. Yet we are getting properly explained here by our colleague properly here that they are employing graduates to teach in the pre-primary section. We are supposed to pay them the way any other graduate teacher is being paid in this Republic of Kenya. But this Remuneration Commission that sits from a place, I wish they were also here so that they can hear what we are talking about. So they bring to us something that is not implementable in any way. And I think it's back to them. They were trying to talk with the union and trying to say they never did it, and they did it. But we can only implement something that is implementable. That was a joke of a lifetime and can never be implemented that way. They just need to sit and give us something implementable. Number two, thank you, Prof, for that. And I wish we can press it forward so that they can understand what we want. So my question. Oh, you have a question? Yeah, to the presenter, eh? To the presenter now. So my question to the presenter, the presenter from the Ministry of Education. He talked about NESEC, then we have the SESEC in the counties, and then down to the pre-primary section, we will need now to have the Board of Management as enshrined in the policy document. But then there have always been a war between the strengthening of that Board of Management and the power of the head teacher in the primary school. So our presenter did not exactly explain what they are doing to ensure that the Board of Management, which represents the NESEC at the pre-primary school, what they are doing to make sure that it is also going to be a body that is recognized in this country. Because as we stand today, it has refused to stand. And somehow, there is a situation of compromise where someone would say that there is a Board of Management of the primary school. But the question is, the junior secondary school is just one class in the primary school. It has a board of management. Why is this of ECD being refused to be allowed to have roots to be stable? And as we can see how people are proposing that our teachers be taken back to the Teacher Service Commission, trying to bring an idea that the counties cannot manage. And they are capable of managing, but when the policies are not right, how can it go on? Yes, and that's what our ministry must stand and bring it out very clearly, that now all teachers must be paid this way. In the Republic of Kenya, if you are a graduate, it is this way, just like the Teacher Service Commission does, and then push to the counties, and we will implement the things the way they're supposed to be implemented. Thank you.
You have clapped for him. Who was he? CC Wawapi. Give your name in full so that we can keep it on the
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Olobor George Nkilisho from Kajiado County.
Sasa mmesikia anaitwa nani? Ati hiyo. You guys, Josh, eh? Sasa yetu ndio mmeshika. You guys are not good, but he has raised very pertinent points. Bana Sereria, I asked that you sit there because that is the place you are meant to sit. The answers, please start working on them. Yeah. But here there is Daktari who had a response to what Professor Ngasike had requested us to talk about. So very quickly, and your 2 points are not lost. I will make sure they're answered.
Thank you. There was a question about the schemes of service for our ECD teachers. And I think my colleague CCs will agree with me that we have two documents, one from Council of Governors and one from SRC. At the Lake Region Economic Bloc, we consulted and we decided that we'll adopt the COG document because the SRC one was punitive to our teachers. So, Prof, the documents are there, implementation. We decided we are implementing the COG document. Thank you.
County?
This is Siaya County.
Siaya County.
Or County Government of Siaya.
But do I say our... Did you get that one? You don't say Siaya County Government, you say County Government of Siaya. Hey, yawa. Ay, angoa. But Daktari has said what they are implementing, okay? Yes, and there is a further some support also. Please, let's hear.
Thank you very much. I want to make an additional comment on what my brother has just said. I'm Kichwen Ruto, CC, Trans Nzoia County of Education, yeah. Now, we realize that we have those two documents, and we also did agree to, maybe because by virtue of we are also in the Lake region, we also observed that there is a shortcoming, however, in the implementation. So we actually need to open up the scheme to accommodate our graduates and master's degree holders. So there is a shortcoming there, but we accepted and we work on the COG scheme of service. But we need to open up the scheme to accommodate the degree holders and the master's degree holders in the scheme. Thank you very much.
Awesome. And did you give your name?
Oh, my name is Kichwen Ruto, Trans Nzoia County.
Thank you. So we already have those that are acting on that which was proposed by who? The COG. So if there is a county here that is not implementing what the COG proposed and which you have, then it means that we now need to move from, from policy and evidence to what? Action. Which county is that? That is not implementing? We know. So we are not going to name names, but we need them to do what? To move to the level of the other counties. Let's have an equal footing. Now, I have been made to make two announcements, so I will make the two announcements. The first one is that in case you are having any challenge with your health, in terms of, are you feeling hot and it is getting to a headache, and then the headache is making you dizzy, and then you are feeling like you are not feeling well? We have a Beyond Zero van that is equipped with some air conditioning. We can take you there, and then you can get treated. There is a doctor who is capable of taking care of you there. We have it right outside here, so don't suffer in silence, okay? Yes, so the second one, these people who are called teachers, they can never give you a chance to finish what you want to say. So the second one is that if you have too much blood in your system and that blood seems to be available, we are also supporting the blood bank around. And there is therefore an opportunity for you to also give blood. You'll feel a pint very fast in this heat out there again at the place. So that is also something you can do. That's number 2. And number 3, if you are feeling like you are unsafe here because we are a crowd and you have a sense that you need a COVID jab, the COVID jabs are also still available. We can protect you and you can protect us also by taking that jab on our behalf. So you go and have that there. Sasa, so it is outside there. The Beyond Zero bus is there. It's very good. There are doctors there that are available. Courtesy of which county? Turkana County. Wapigiwe makofi. So no one here should suffer. Now, in terms of water, I want to request that water be brought to these people now because the chief guest is just here. Please bring water to this team here if you are hearing my voice, wherever you are. Sasa manager has given me the thumbs up. Simunipigie makofi nimwaleta maji. You guys, you need to also appreciate that I'm working for you. So the next thing is I will ask us to bear. We still are going to take a few more questions. And Msereri, I hope your answer has now become a good one because we need you to tell us. The chief guest has arrived and is being brought into this venue right now by the host governor. So we want to do that session and then we will have a sumptuous lunch before we go into the afternoon session. Again? No, that is actually why the government is going to respond. The Board of Management question is there. Can I pick a few more questions? Yes, there's a question at the back there. There is a microphone, please. And the children, yes, you will ask a question. I'm going to give, Madam, sir, do you have your microphone on? But is it on?
All right. All protocols observed. Good afternoon. I am a delegate from Turkana, and I have a few issues to raise regarding the Ministry of Education. Training of teachers. I think the Ministry of Education has contravened the Constitution of Kenya by training ECD teachers by people who are not ECD non-compliant. And this is what is happening in this country, and it is something that is taking place. Even for those teachers who are joining teacher training colleges, those who are receiving them, the tutors, are non-ECD compliant. So, the Ministry of Education get out of the ECD trainings and let the experts train the ECD teachers.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I hope that is a proposal. It's not a directive.
No, it's a proposal.
Thank you.
Which is the best proposal.
Thank you.
Number 2, as much as we want to strengthen the provision of ECD services in the field, the so-called ECD supervisors, these people are not even taken seriously. No appointment letters, no certification, no remuneration. So how do we motivate them in order to work for our children in the field? Lastly, very quick one. The issue of procurement of ECD for places where we have school meals or even ECD materials. That thing takes a lot of time it delays services that are supposed to be provided to our children. So the bureaucracy in the procurement process of ECD services, including school meals, must be checked well so that these children can access services so quickly and timely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Asante sana. Pigiwe makofi. He has made proposals. We trust that those proposals might be context specific and that they may not necessarily be carrying, the entire team. But there are proposals that are being taken into account. There is a lady here who has her hand up before the gentleman. I just want to make sure that the ladies are also heard. So if you can turn off your microphone, that would help so that we don't have a feedback. Yes.
Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Chepsiror from Moi University. I have two questions back to the ministry. We are in the process of implementing CBC, which started with early years education. We are now at JSS. We have teachers employed all the way from the lower primary to JSS now by TSC. TSC is registering our teachers. Why don't we have these teachers be employed and paid by TSC, and then they can be managed by the county government without transferring the responsibility? Because it is being discriminatory. Everybody else in the system is paid. This one's just a very small fraction is being paid. And then the second one, we have the group that is under 3 years. We have been given policies there, and I was listening. I don't know whether I've missed something out. Where is the policy that guides this group that is taking care of child care? From, I'm sure we need from about 6 months to 3 years. Is there a policy? Otherwise, we're already spoiling the foundation. Thank you.
Sana. Very key points raised here. Before you, sir, let me just give an opportunity to...
Okay, good afternoon. My name is George Otieno from the Action Foundation, and my question goes to the Minister of Education. I've heard you talk about special needs education, but my question is, what is the ministry doing in order to ensure the assessment of children with disability and proper placements in schools? Thank you.
I guess we can, there are many hands that are going up. So what do I do in the absence of many microphones? I use the one I have here first. Sasa. So the smiling girl wants to face you and tell you what she wants to say.
Thank you so much. I just have one question. And most of the schools, they don't have enough classes for the JSS learners. And what are you going to do about it? Because we have to have safe and comfortable learning areas, because we have the schools that they don't have enough environment for the JSS. They don't have field, but we have PE practicals, and the practicals must be done in the field, but they don't have a field for playing football, soccer, and all those games that we learn in PE. And we learners as the JSS learners, we really want to continue with CBC because as developers, and we know now our talent and abilities. Thank you.
Wow. And I'm thinking she's also speaking for her siblings in the lower level, isn't that so? Yes. Most of them don't have the same facilities. You actually have preschool centers without even play spaces and so on, and this is really good. So good points that are being raised, and for us here we are moving from policy and evidence to ni wangapi wanataka kupatiana viwanja. Let me just first of all get a question from behind there.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Carol, and my question goes to the CEO, National Council for Children's Services. A number of conversations are going round, and a number of them are skewed towards education, I would say from 4 years. So my question to you, since you mentioned the IECD policy. My question to you is how far
Please stand. Where are you?
And to what extent, sorry, I'm sorry. Yeah, extent has the policy considered the multi-sectoral nature? So my question would be, to what extent is the framework going to enable us to engage all those key sectors so that we have all the ages from 0 to 8 catered for? So yeah, maybe the question is, to what extent is the policy, the IECD, considering especially the 0 to 3, just before preschool, who for most cases, we are talking about engaging the caregivers, looking at their nutrition, looking at their health. I didn't hear that coming out very strongly, and I wanted to know how that policy is going to bring that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I was just looking for the CEO to be able to respond to that one, but you're taking note. Just a quick point of information. We have online participants, and I think every time we ask a question, we'd like to be able to also have them see and hear what we are doing. So try to keep your mic close to you. And like I said, this session is just about to get into a place where we are going to get answers. But thank you, Carolinda, for introducing the multi-sectoral aspect to this, because early childhood development is education. Eh? 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 Is it? ECD ni nini? Ni building, eh? Zile zenye zimejengwa huko kwa shule ndio ECD, si ndio? Hiyo ndio ECD? Sawa, basi kama tunajua the answer, we will give it shortly. So we want...
Okay. My name is Trufen. I'm working with an organization called Jesuit Refugee Services in Kakuma. Okay, my question goes to the Ministry of Education regarding inclusive education policy. We have said that all children should be included in education. But as the representative of Aga Khan University talked about children with disabilities, there are children who are oftenly left behind. These are children with developmental disabilities. So, and right now, you that there's an assessment going on for with special is at you are not there. The resources are not there at KICC. We have been looking for books for foundational level. We only get the curriculum design, but not the textbooks. So if we are to prepare these children adequately so that they can compete with their peers, why are we not getting the resources? Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. I have one more here, and then I'll come to that point.
Last question here, because I have the mic here.
Who has the question because you have the mic?
I have the mic here. Yes, I'm here.
Oh, sir, thank you. I was looking for you because I was looking at the speaker.
Thank you. I'm Dr. Morogo from Wasingishu. I have two questions, just a concern to all of us. You have just mentioned about the policy, where you have just mentioned the age years, from 3 years and above. But the policy that we have in our ECDs, the age of 4 years to 5 years, and that is the policy that we are using. And then number two, we have just mentioned about the importance of education. In primary schools, secondary school, tertiary, we have the capitation. Can we have the capitation to all learners so that we can bring the uniform in education? Thank you.
I have the mic.
On game now.
Just a quick one. Yeah, my name is Christine Odero. I work for Faraja Foundation. And I'm just here. I didn't want to speak, but I feel I should. And my question goes to the Ministry of Education and the counties represented. when you talk about matters to do with ECD and children, we're looking at children who are in difficult situation, or let me say, we represent children who are accompanying their mothers to prison. So looking into the issue of education, you find that when they're in the prison, they attend daycares, for those who have daycares in their institutions. This is a child who maybe has been born in prison. They've never undertaken any kind of learning. As Dr. Anil was presenting, he said most of the learning takes place at the age of 0 to 3. So what happens to these children? Because when they get to the age of 4, they're supposed to be separated from the mother to go back to the society. Again, there's a challenge there. The county needs to partner with such children and to see even their reintegration into the formal learning. So there's a gap there before and now joining PP1 at a phase where a child has never interacted with any form of learning as opposed to just going through the prison routines.
Thank you.
And I know our partners from prison, when they will be addressing these issues, they will elaborate further.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, because again, like I said, the policy, the evidence is there, and I think as Nancy will be speaking from the position of the prison administration, we will hear a little more about what is being done in practice.
Thank you so much. My name is Sarah. Thank you so much. My name is Sarah Ebola from Garissa, and one of the issues of concern for us is, of course, as a devolved unit for education is early childhood development and, of course, vocational, the TVETs. So what is happening to our DSSs? That is something I think we need to direct to Ministry of Education, because as we are speaking, our DSSs are not working because it is lost to maybe the teachers trained in colleges, and there is nothing much going on there. So that is one. The other issue is, of course, and we have daycare centers at our schools, and there are people who are handling those small children. What are frameworks? What frameworks is there? What guidelines and policies are there so that we'll be able to make sure that whatever is being done in our schools, or those maybe people who are handling our small children in those ECD centers are doing the right things. So the other issue, of course, generally, when we are talking about frameworks and policies implementation, the first thing we look at is maybe funding. So if the funding is very minimal, then how do we go about it? So the issue of funding is a big issue to our counties as we speak. So these are some of the issues I wanted to talk about. The other issue is, though it is county specific for us who are coming from the ASAS, we have talked about the CBC implementation. So when we are talking about CBC implementation, of course, our small children at the ECDs are also involved. So if we want to be at par with the rest of the counties in Kenya, then maybe the ministry look at maybe the ASAS, those areas that are hard hit by drought, there is no connectivity. What is maybe intervention measures are you taking in place so that you make sure we are at par with the rest of the country? Thank you so much.
Okay, so I'll pause it at this point in time so that we can get some responses. I think first of all is around the narrative that we want to hear in terms of the policy. And I think I want us to just say this, as we're getting the answers, please pick out what it is that needs to be done or is being done so that we can move to that level, because we have a lot of that. So I want to invite the Ministry of Education first. There have been many questions, move out of the space, so we want to hear from them. So a couple of questions that you are going to respond to, and please be brief because we are here with you.
Thank you so much. I'll try to be brief. There were a question on the schemes of service. I hope that one was answered. I may not need to repeat, because the question was SRC and the counties. And I would want to say some counties have sat down and said and agreed which scheme to implement. On the BOM, or BOG members at the ECD centers. Good enough, I'm in the committee which is Intergovernmental Relation Technical Committee. The Intergovernmental Technical Committee works with what was devolved, the functions, plus what? The resources. When we talk about the BOM members, it is in the Act, Basic Education Act, that all the ECD centers to have a BOM. But when it comes to who hosts the school, you find that the primary school are hosting 80% of those centers. So they, according to intergovernmental relation, they have agreed, each county to agree on how they are going to share that plot and share the resources. It is not now, like we tried to say in Nairobi, to give out the primary schools that were there, which were under the city councils, that ought to have gone back to where? To the national government. They said there are people renting, the social services are there using them. So we agreed. That is for the 5 counties. We have Mombasa, Nairobi, Uasin Gishu, Nakuru. Which one is the 5th one? Kisumu. So those ones, they have to agree now with them because this one is a resource. The function has been transferred, but the resources has not done what? Been transferred. They said some of those institutions have houses that the government officers are living in and collecting funds as resources to their family. So what I'm trying to say, all counties must agree on the running of these institutions. On governance, it is a county to govern. The national government cannot come to start a BOM in that institutions. Training of teachers. Training of teachers in diploma courses. One has said that those that are trained have no qualification. But we are saying, this after the CBC, all of them now are retrained. All were retrained to also train the ECD and the primary teachers. The problem that was there is the cutoff points. They talked of the qualifications that you must have maybe a C+ or a C plane in maths. And I would want to tell you that that one now has been removed, and I said it in my presentation. But the teachers who are trained are trained. What you are fighting for is the disaster centers. The disaster centers, after devolution, it was taken even to court. And the court ruled that the disaster centers should be back to where? To the county. That's where we said the resources follow the functions. So there are some counties that may be having the disaster centers, but now the problem they have, what did we do with those centers? ECD supervisors have no letter or appointment letters. I've been reminded of time. Letters on those, some counties, some have, some don't have. On procurement, these are the individual counties. You have answers with you. I may not tell the county on how to do that, and I've been told that one was a proposal. Process of implementation of ECD, whereby we have JSS and the lower. Some are paid, some are not paid. We are saying the JSS is a national function. The TSC is in charge of employment of these teachers. We may not have what to say because we had a problem. Remember, it is a recommendation of the task force to have them where? At the primary. It was far before we had planned to have them in secondary. So it has to take time to normalize and be as usual as it's supposed to be. We had also a question on assessment of the EAC centers. The ministry, in collaboration with the World Bank, we are going to equip the EAC centers with the personnel and equipment. Another one is school not having enough classes. That is still a challenge because of being brought back to primary instead of secondary. Another one is inclusive education in policy development of disability, and this one, the materials are ready, is only that they have not been put to that. Capitation. Capitation is something that remains at the county level. There are some counties that have implemented the capitation and they have capitation to those schools, and some have not done. Remember, counties say they are autonomous. Another one is, on this, I've said, daycare centers. I'm finishing with the daycare centers where we are saying a guideline is being made by each county on how to handle the daycare centers, and there are also some services that were devolved and they have not been known what they are supposed to do. Then a framework of funding is minimal. It depends on the county's priorities. So on the CBC connectivity, I'm very sure.
I was given just 1 minute, but the good part of it is my question is 2 in 1. It was about the integration of all actors and making sure that none is left behind. For those who have interacted with the policy, we are calling it the integrated ECD policy in Kenya. And in terms of the actors who are participating, we made sure that line ministries who had a role, especially the Ministry of Health, Ministry of Education, and even from a protection perspective, other judicial and protection sectors like the Children Department were fully on board. Equally, non-state actors were fully on board. Thanks to our development partners, funding was being done by some development partners. But still, earlier in my presentations, I had committed that we are still ready to engage anyone who is left behind. From the National Council of Children's Services perspective, especially for the purpose of our county governments, I wish to assure you with the enactment of the new Children Act, there is a member from the Council of Governors who is a member. So that is that ECD policy for 0 to 3. This policy covers 0 to 8, so they are also included there. And for Madam Ebla's question regarding the child welfare regulations and what's in place, counties already have several things ongoing. I don't know which one we will benchmark for. But I will refer to you Section 61, 62 of the Children Act also, which gives guideline on how we will come up with policies and regulations in consultation with the CS Ministry of Labor and Social Protection. Thank you.
A big round of applause for these dear ones as they have answered the questions. I think a lot of things, hiyo ilikuwa round of applause kweli? Ebu piga round of applause. Now our chief guest is here, and you guys, your drums should have been beating kidogo. You are quiet like your Salvation Army. Piga makofi, piga hiyo kitu. Ebu piga kelele kidogo. Wewe piga kelele haraka. Okay, stand up, let's welcome them as we welcome the guests. Karibu sana wageni wetu, wana governor and the team. Karibuni sana. Karibuni sana. Welcome. Karibuni sana. Sorry. Karibuni kabisa, mgeni wetu. Sorry. Thank you very much. I think we will remain upstanding as we begin our program proper. We want to invite the Salvation Army to lead us through the national anthem, and then we will also have the East African anthem. We are still standing, the ECD network anthem. Very much. We can all take our seats. Thank you. Thank you, Your Excellencies. We really appreciate that you made time to be here, and we know how travel can be, but we appreciate that you made it finally, Daktari. We appreciate you. Our host, Governor, Your Excellency, we are glad that you have made it also here, and we appreciate your sacrificing the time and just taking time to make sure this happened in this county. We appreciate you. So I would just want us to quickly go into the program because we had already started. We just want to let you know that we have begun the program. We started off with keynote addresses earlier in the morning, and we are now at the place where we've also taken time to listen to the ministries at the national level. They have also spoken. We have had our children here, and I noticed that they were actually rearing to just sing one song because they're not entertaining you, they're making a statement. So the children from Turkana County, please bring them here just for a minute, and then the minute I know can be a long one, so let them come. Please come to the front, and they're very beautiful. Tuwapatie makofi watoto wanapokuja. Let's appreciate them. We also had a presentation of children from one of the hearing impaired schools here, and we thank God for them. They actually made us learn a lot of things. So these dear ones have been waiting for you, and I think we will allow them to entertain, not to entertain, to make a presentation, sorry. I've just learned that children don't entertain. They make presentations. So that's a new one. Okay, fine. So microphones back, the two microphones that were in the crowd, please bring them back to the children here.
Your Excellency, the Governor of Turkana, and all protocol observed. Before you is Nadapal ECD from Loima Sub-County, Taukel Road. Ready to entertain you with a few songs. I hope you will enjoy. Welcome. Tembea uone gavana wetu. Ameta kama nyota ya usima. Tembea uone gavana napotikan. Ameta kama nyota ya usima. Sisi watoto twampenda gavana. Ae gavana. Userede nyuma twende mbele. Gavana wetu. Userede nyuma twende mbele. Sisi watoto twampenda Jerry. Ae Jerry. Userede nyuma twende mbele. Gavana wetu. Userede nyuma twende mbele. Tumika kwe irimi tori ngachara ya eda kame kenge. Anyama na kupendo me. Manyama nikebo. Kimanyama nikebo. Na popo. Na ure. Na popo. Na ure. Anyama na kupendo me. Kimanyama nikebo. Na popo. Na ure. Na popo. Na ure. Ikaijoha. Iperijoha. Tanyama nyo. Bejeke. Kamaltenya. Baboya. Kwenya nyabwa. Nagira nyabwa. Anyama kwenye kala. Anyama nagira nikala. Anyama kwenye kala. Elimu ni bora. Elimu ni bora kwa Kenya yetu. Napotikan alisama sikuru. Napotikan alisama sikuru. Jaika alisama sikuru. Edukan alisama sikuru. Udande alisama sikuru. Udande alisama sikuru. Erali tawanemu. Erali tawanemu. Ulugulugu ekeria. Imatama keria. Sorry, madam. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think it's yes. This is not how we clapped the other time. Can we clap better and appreciate our little ones? This time there was even more energy, yeah? Yes, and I think that is a good sign. Bwana Governor, you are doing a good job in this neighborhood. And I know that you also have a leadership team that is here. The area MP is here. And he's, by the way, you know, the whole time we've been having our conversations, you know, he's just been sitting here watching us. Mheshimiwa, hebu simama tu watu wajue kwamba uko. Because you are the one hosting us. You didn't know he was sitting there. You thought he was just taking notes. But he's been doing a good job. The women rep is also here. Is she around? No, she hasn't arrived. But I know that there are others. There are MCAs that have come from as far as Kericho. Hey, how MCA wa kutoka Kericho, hebu simameni tuone tu kwa sababu tunajua mko. And you can see how youthful they are. The others I will leave to the protocol team to do that. like to request that the team that is doing ushering here, please bring the programs up front. We expect that the table at the front should be having these programs. I'm not seeing them here. At this moment in time, because we are actually behind schedule, I would just like to request your indulgence to allow for us to move into the program proper. And I want to invite the Executive Director of the Early Childhood Development Network for Kenya to come and make her opening remarks, and then we will also have a simple ceremony that will happen thereafter. So, Dr. Mwoma, you can speak from here.
Okay, thank you so much. Our chief guest, Your Excellency, the Governor, Kericho County, and the Chairperson, Education Committee, Council of Governors, Dr. Eric Mtai. Our host, Your Excellency, the Governor, Turkana County, Honorable Jeremiah Kamais Lomurukai, Your Excellencies, the Deputy Governors present, Your Excellencies, the First Ladies present, led by our First Lady, Turkana County, all protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It gives me great pleasure and honor to welcome all of you to the blended 5th National ECD Stakeholders Conference 2023, which is coming at a time when we have new governments in place, but also when we are celebrating 10 years of devolution. First, Your Excellency, sir, allow me to take this opportunity to recognize all that have made this conference to come a reality. First, I want to thank the Governor, Turkana County, who graciously accepted when I wrote to him requesting that the 5th National ECD Stakeholders, after the delegates in Siaya said we want to go to Turkana. You know, when they say that, they leave a big burden on me to ensure that I convince the Governor where we are going to accept us to come. When I wrote to you, Your Excellency, you graciously accepted and you welcomed us with 2 hands. And your office has been very, very supportive in organizing this conference. We had a huge planning team drawn from different economic blocks. Some of them are joining us virtually, others are with us here. At this juncture, I am requesting that all the planning committee members, wherever you are, please stand up so that the Governor and our chief guest can see that this is not a one-person event. All planning team members from Turkana, from Eldoret, from Nairobi, from Mombasa, all over. I know others are behind there to ensure that things are working. This is the team that worked so hard, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, this conference would not have happened without funding support from different players. I also want to recognize these players who include UNICEF, PATH, Child Fund, Aga Khan University, IHD, APHRC, CRS, Luala Community Alliance, World of Kakuma, World Vision Kenya, KMET, AWESC, AFCAN, Build Africa, JICA, Lutheran World Federation, Save the Children, Mel Mills, World Hunger Hive, Ateka Hotel, Stegra Hotel, Turkana University, Kenyatta University, Kanko, Kidogo Early Years, Fini Church Aid, Akweka, Upward Bound, AIDU, AIC Health Ministries, Turkana Development Trust, and all participants who registered for this conference. I'm also informed that Kenya Literature Bureau also have donated books that are going to go to the pre-primary school children. Please give them a clap. Your Excellency, it is now 11 years after devolution, when implementation of devolved functions started, that is in 2013, and some of these devolved functions are related to early childhood. It is time for us as stakeholders in early childhood. We take stock on the progress we have made so far as a country in relation to early childhood development. This conference, themed From Policy and Evidence to Action, provides an opportunity to interrogate the systems that have been put in place to ensure a nurturing care environment for all children in Kenya. Your Excellency, according to the 2019 census, Kenya has a population of children 12.2 million, aged 0 to 9 years. Of these children, 72% live in rural areas, while only 28% live in urban areas. Your Excellency, when you look at the size of the child population, it represents a potentially significant asset and opportunity for national development if they are enabled to develop their full potential. In the recent Kenya Demographic Health Survey, we realized that Kenya has made some progress in terms of stunting, where we moved from 26% in 2014 to 18% in 2022. However, what is disturbing is the fact that 22% of these children come from mothers who have no education. 28% are from the lowest quintile when we think about the wealth. Then 20% live in rural areas. Kilifi, West Pokot, and Samburu are the most hit. When nationally we are talking about 18% children stunted, in those three counties, we are talking of 37, 34, and 31 respectively. As a country, we need to do more to ensure that all these children are taken good care of. Matters education, the wealth index, and the area of residence are also very critical in all the indicators that are being measured, and therefore we need to look into that. Your Excellency, I'm aware that the National Council for Children's Service is now steering the finalization of the ECD policy, and it's my hope that the process will end sooner than later to pave the way for implementation of this policy. Equally, I'm aware that the Ministry of Health has been steering the finalization of the nurturing care advocacy strategy. Our request as the network is that the process is finalized and we have the advocacy strategy ready and available for use. On the other hand, our pre-primary school teachers for many years were paid poorly. And the Council of Governors, we are aware that they came up with terms of service, but not all teachers who are teaching in the ECD centers are paid using those terms of reference. Your Excellency, we are requesting that through your office, you ensure that all counties are able to pay all teachers in each school and pay them according to their training and their qualification as per the requirement. Finally, Your Excellency, ECD Network is a membership organization. And being a membership organization, I'm inviting each one of us, all the delegates, to be members of ECD. We have to make our voice heard about the children in Kenya. And I want to say from the ECD Network Secretariat and from the ECD Network Board, I want to say that we have come up with a small token, Your Excellency Governor Turkana County, that we want to donate towards the children of Turkana pre-primary schools towards their feeding program. If you allow me, I can invite our board chair and our board members to come as we hand over to the Governor Turkana County. Thank you. Beatrice is our chair from
Thank you so much, Your Excellency, the Governor. As the ECD Network for Kenya, we have here with us a small token, a check of 200,000, which we think should go towards supporting your ECD initiatives in the county. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and may God bless you.
Thank you, Makofi kwa ECD network. You can clearly see that as a membership organization, we need to all be members so that our voices can actually be heard on behalf of the children. At this point in time, I think I want to invite the county secretary to take us through the next phase, where you will introduce the guests that have come with the governor, along with all those that need to be introduced. But I presume I will begin with Madam, because she needs to welcome us, and then she will be able to tell us who it is that is going to go on. Karibu sana.
Your Excellency, Dr. Mutai, Governor of Kericho County and Chair of the Education Committee at the Council of Governors, Your Excellency, the host, Mr. Jeremiah Lomurkai Napotikan, the First Ladies, the Deputy Governor, our County Secretary, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Ejoka, when I say Ejoka, you say Ejok. Ejoka? Ejoka? Welcome to Turkana County. Your Excellency, because of time and without much further ado, I would wish to introduce myself and also my colleagues, CECs, and other staff that work with the counties. My name is Audan Lea Lokala, and I am the CEC in charge of education, sports, and social protection here in Turkana County. I am the Secretary General of the CECs in Kenya that are in charge of education. My chair is here. And Chair, you'll allow me to introduce my CECs that are here. Maybe if you can come forward, all the CECs from across the country, so that you are recognized. I'm the chair to see you. Kindly, Madam Chair, come with the team. In the interest of time, colleagues, if we can. Karibu sana. Makofi kwa ma CECs. Microphone or a microphone?
Could we have the other microphone? Somebody, I think, took it off.
Thank you very much. My name is Reverend Simon Kuta, CEC Education, Vocational Training, and Library Services, Baringo County. Thank you very much.
I wish you a good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Joyce Mwikali, CEC Education from Machakos County.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Yusuf Kedora Rutere, EEC Education, the County Government of Meru. Thank you.
Owori Godfrey, the CEC of Education, Kakamega County.
Good afternoon, Dr. Edgar Utumba, CECM in charge of Education, Youth Affairs, Gender and Social Services, County Government of CI.
My name is Kichwen Ruto, the CECM in charge of Education and Technical Training, the County Government of Trans Nzoia.
Excellencies, I'm Dr. David Wanyonyi Mamili, CECM Education and Vocational Training, County Government of Bungoma.
Good afternoon. I am Honorable Bashir Ibrahim Alio, CEC Education and Human Capital Development, Mandera County.
My name is Sarah Ebla Minhaj. I'm the CC from Garissa County in charge of education, vocational training, ICT, and information management. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, I'm John Moiro, CEC Education, Nyandarua County.
Your Excellencies, my name is Olubor George Nkilisho, County Government of Kajiado, Education, Sports, and Social Services.
I'm Chonga, CEC Education, Vocational Training, and ICT from Kilifi County.
Your Excellency, I'm Daniel Jane Geranwa, CECM Education, Embu County.
Excellencies, I am Edwin Gibor, the CC Education, Elgeyo Marakwet.
Your Excellency, my name is Parclair, CC Health and Sanitation, West Pokot County.
Your Excellency, Loketman Julius is my name, representing my CEC, Rebecca Kide, West Pokot County. Thank you.
Now, speak the last is our chair. Chair, please, and karibu sana Turkana.
Your Excellencies, the First Ladies, Your Excellencies, guests who are here today, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Good afternoon once more. I would like to say that we are very delighted to have been invited to come to Turkana. And Your Excellency, our chair, we are represented here by 16 counties who have come for education and 1 county for health. And this one is showing us that we are actually caring about the child. The ECD is our baby, and we are taking it very serious. That's why you are seeing this big crowd here. Turkana is not very near, and we had to come. I will not take much of the time because I know the CECs will be having a forum with our chair. So for now, it was only to say thank you for the invitation. And by the time we leave here, we shall all be saying ajoh. And thank you so much, and thank you for listening to us. My name is Dr. Ruth Agesa. I'm the CEC Education, Science, Technical and Vocational Training, Vihiga County, and I'm the chair for the Education Caucus. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Can we give her a round of applause? Now, Your Excellencies, in Turkana County also, I have my colleagues CECs from other departments. If you can come in front and introduce yourself very fast, please.
Your Excellencies, sir, First Ladies, distinguished guests, my name is Dr. Apali Anthony. I am the CCM in charge of Health, Services and Sanitation, Turkana County. Welcome.
Your Excellencies and all protocols observed, my names are Iris Francis Mariaho. I'm the County Executive Committee member for Tourism, Culture, Natural Resources, and Climate Change, Turkana County.
Your Excellencies, all protocol observed, I am Peter Akono, County Executive Committee member for Lands, Fiscal Planning, Housing, and Urban Development, Turkana County. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, and all protocols observed, I am Patrick Lusikel Kaimoy. She is in charge of roads, transport, and public works. Your Excellency, and the public, we are 10 in number. We are 4 here, and as the chairperson, the rest of our CCMs who are around, and they have gone for other duties. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for them. Your Excellencies, may I introduce the chief officers, all the chief officers across the counties. If you are a chief officer, kindly stand up so that we recognize you. Ladies and gentlemen, do we have any chief officers? Thank you. I can so far see 3, okay. So the chief officers, you can wave. We appreciate your work. But I also wish to invite my Chief Officer, Korea, to come and introduce himself. Tumpigie makofi tafadhali. Chief Officer Korea and Chief Officer Loyele.
Your Excellency, sir, my name is Zeteleji Korea Moses, Chief Officer, Education, ECD, Administration and Social Protection. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Turkana County staff, we appreciate for the ones that are here. Your Excellencies, Turkana County and specifically the Ministry of Education, Sports and Social Protection takes pride in hosting this 5th National ECD Conference. We don't take it for granted, and this is the first ever conference for ECD since time immemorial here in Turkana. So we don't take it for granted, and we want to appreciate all the researchers, all the philosophers, all the institutions, and the entire world for coming to Turkana. I know it is national, but I have realized that many people showed interest to come to Turkana. Those that are outside Kenya, from Tanzania, from other places in the world. And that is why it is blended. It is a hybrid approach. We have a physical approach, the ones that are here, and the ones that are attending to this conference online. So we say thank you very much. Today I do not want to take much time, but I want to remind everyone that this conference and the theme, from policy and evidence to action, has come at the right time when we are, as a county, are implementing the agenda of His Excellency Jeremiah Napotika Nekamais on revitalization of education and child protection. So it is the time that the philosophers, it is the time that the stakeholders and also the professionals have joined hands towards ensuring that the foundation of education in Turkana has been revitalized. We would wish as a ministry, Your Excellencies, to recognize the efforts of our First Lady, Her Excellency Lilian Kombe Ekamais. She has been at the forefront to help us as a mother, to guide us even when we want to talk to our partners. She will try to join us with more and more partners and fight for the child. I remember she is, and we recognize her for fighting for the disabled child. Therefore, Your Excellency, today I want to appreciate you for that. Because we have the governor here, today I will not talk much, but to allow the video, there is a video that we have prepared for you that will speak more. They say a picture is worth 1,000 words. Therefore, allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to introduce that video. Thank you very much.
Turkana is the so children.
So I want to sincerely invite all the stakeholders for the 5th ECD Stakeholders function that will be carried out in Turkana County.
We are privileged to host the 5th conference in Kenya for ECD that is dubbed From Policy and Evidence to Action.
As a county, we are cognizant of our unique challenges, and we work to ensure that children in host and refugee settings are able to enjoy their right to education from a very young age.
ECD is the foundation of education. If ECD is done in a better way, if ECD
Mary Pete. Mpigie makofi tafadhali.
Thank you so much, CC Education. Our chief guest, His Excellency Dr. Eric Mutai, Governor for Kericho, Your Excellency Jeremiah Kamaislo Murkai, the Governor of Turkana County, okay, Your Excellency the Deputy Governor, the Honorable Member of Parliament for Turkana Central, the Honorable Namwar, the Honorable Members of County Assembly who are present today here, distinguished delegates, and all protocols observed. I want to take this opportunity to welcome all of you to Turkana. I'm very sure some of you are coming to Turkana for the first time, and I'm very sure it is different from what you have been hearing, because we are known of sometimes of hunger, insecurity, and for a short story, we have had people who are in Nairobi, very senior levels, who have canceled their flight to come and meet the governor simply because of insecurity, yet they are landing in Lodwar Township because they cite insecurity as the reason of not coming to Turkana. Maybe you will have our ambassadors to tell them the story is different when you go back. Your Excellencies, I had forgotten the fact that we have also in our midst the First Ladies for Turkana, for Nyamira County, Nyandarua, and West Pokot. Please feel welcome. I want, without much ado, because our chief guest has got something else to do elsewhere, I want you to take this opportunity to welcome the area MP, this is Turkana Central, the Honorable Namwar, to come and make his remarks so that we can continue with the program. Karibu Mheshimiwa, tumpigie makofi tafadhali.
Your Excellency, Governor Kericho, Dr. Mutai, our good Governor Jeremiah Kamaislo Murkai, Governor Turkana County, our good Deputy Governor, Dr. John Erus, our beautiful First Ladies represented here today, Professor Chemeningwa, the national coordinator of this network, together with the distinguished guests that are those of us that got the chance to be here, CECs from various areas. Thank you so much for coming. My name is Joseph Emathe Namwar, the MP for Turkana Central. I want to welcome you first, but before I make some comments, please allow me to invite the members of County Assembly for Turkana represented here. Maybe the leader of majority can come and do that, and to the best interest of time.
Thank you, the Honorable Member of Parliament for Turkana Central, for giving the County Assembly an opportunity to introduce themselves. Before I say even a word, let me invite all the members of County Assembly from across the country. If there are any around, you can come and introduce yourself to the public.
Thank you very much, the leader of majority. I'm Philip Prono, MCA representing a ward called Kamashan in Kericho County, and I'm also the leader of the majority in the County Assembly of Kericho. I've come with other two colleagues. I know our chair for education came in earlier and is in the midst. It's called Cheriot Pate, who is also the ranking member there. He has been elected for 3 times, and here I'm with my colleague. Let him introduce himself. Asanteni sana.
Good afternoon. My name is Isaac Matker, MCA representing Minority Group from Kericho County.
Then we have the chairman of Education Committee, the County Assembly of Turkana. Karibu.
Thank you so much, Majority Leader. Your Excellency, our Chief Guest, Honorable Mutai, the Governor for Kericho County, and also the Chairperson Education Committee in the Council of Governors. Your Excellency, the Governor for Turkana County, Honorable Jeremiah Kamais Napotikan. Your Excellencies, the First Ladies, the Deputy Governor, Turkana County, the Member of County Assembly for the Member of Parliament for Turkana Central, Honorable Namwar, all protocol observed. My name is Honorable Anaklet Lemuya. I'm the Member of County Assembly representing the great people of Lobe Kotaruk Ward, also the Chair of the Education Committee at the County Assembly. I'm grateful and happy to join you today in this conference, one of its own. It has never happened in this county. And I am happy and grateful to the conveners of this conference that we are able to gather here today, not for a funeral, not for a wedding, not for a fundraising, but to talk about the Kenyan child, to talk about the Turkana child. Members, I want to say we are here today to discuss about the child. And the psychologists here will agree with me that when we talk about child development, we are talking about nature and nurture. And looking at the objectives of this conference, it all revolves around nature and nurture. Yeah, about how are we going to nurture our children in our ECDs? What environment are we supposed to provide for us to be able to have that child develop to the kind of person we'd want he or she become in the future? So I'm really happy to join you today, and God bless you and welcome everybody.
Thank you very much. And I'm Edukon Stephen Ekamais, the MCA for Takwel Ward and the leader of majority. And I'm also a critical stakeholder in education. First of all, I want to appreciate for this conference. It is a conference of its own kind. We have never had any other conference. This is the first one. And I want to appreciate because this one touches on ECD. You know, even the theme is quite captivating. You see, the problems we are grappling with are quite systemic. So if we get it right from the ground, from the ECD level, we adjust our curriculum the way it is required so that we get the right virtues, the right values, then we will not see corruption in our offices, in our county, in our land. We will not see this maandamano thing you are hearing. We will have those things forgotten. And so it's time that we have to take our research very seriously so that we get research that is evidence-based so that we can turn whatever policy into action so that we don't rely so much on theories because these theories will not take us anywhere. Otherwise, with those few remarks, you're welcome to Turkana County, the cradle of mankind, where you started from. Thank you, MP.
I've been advised to stand here because of these cameras. Your Excellencies, first, I will need to appreciate our partners, those who started with us, especially World Vision, up to the new ones that just joined us, like JICA, who are training us on how to consume Heptadenia hastata, Ekamongo, in Turkana. And those of us who are involved, like Mary's Mills, who are giving us food at the ECD level, I want to thank you so much. UNICEF, the work that you are doing in this county is tremendous. World Food Program, and the rest of us who are involved in ensuring that there is food at the classroom level. Thank you so much for that. Number two, I want us to go to the book of Luke chapter 2, verse 52. And Jesus grew in stature and wisdom and in favor of God and man. I think that is all that we are doing here. And today, the theme is, I will reframe it to say, moving from programming to action. Policy is programming. Evidence is programming. Now, we need to go to the field, or from the book to the field. I think that is important for us. And education theme for this year also is important to refer to, that says to invest in people, prioritize education. And I want to thank you so much for all that you are doing. That is the foundation of education, ensuring that there is a policy, ensuring that we have what it takes for us to have a lifelong opportunity for our children, as stated in SDG number 4. That is very key. I want to say that there is so much that we have been able to undertake in ensuring that we have a foundation. Right from the UN Convention of 1989, the Charter, the African Charter of 1999, the Children Act of 2001, all those that we have been able to do, including having this network of today. And I want to thank you so much for this initiative, for choosing to come to Turkana, and for all that you guys are planning to go forward and influence policy or other legal frameworks. That is on Luke 2:52. Now on Psalms 11:3. 11:3, that is my last. Just to say that if the foundation is shaken, what will the righteous do? Now we are laying a foundation. When it is shaken, when it is broken, when it is vandalized, when there is nothing that is happening, even what we are agitating for here, when that is broken, when that foundation is shaken, what will we do? Because to us, what we are doing is righteousness, ensuring that the child is taken care of. What will we do? I have looked at your thematic area number 5. I think it is thematic area number 5 in page 5 that says reframing inclusivity. Reframing inclusivity. Inclusivity is part of SDG number 4 in education, which is okay. But what is this inclusivity? Your Excellencies, I am touching on LGBTQ+. Is that inclusivity? Can we define what morals and mores? Morals and mores. Is there something that we can say, this is my moral? And what is mores? We have a culture. Moral is a standard. Mores is a means. And so, when we are discussing anything about inclusivity, do we discuss it conscious of our culture, our African culture. And so I want to advise those of us who are here, all legal frameworks, all set books that we are doing from the foundation of a child, at the foundation of a child, must be able to distinguish morals and mores. People are talking of that as human rights. There is a place where human rights ends. Let us not define LGBTQ as something that is the obvious. I want to stand in as an African. I visited London recently, UK. The Africans that are there are really troubled. In fact, many of them are taking their children back to their African countries and bring them back to UK to join colleges or universities when their brains are already, when their brains can be able to define what is moral and what is mores. All of them, I met one and he told me, my children are in Mombasa. I am only here as a taxi driver. I have made money, but my children, my family cannot stay here. That is the foundation we are speaking about. And when we are doing our policies, our legal frameworks, writing those set books, some are just written because of money, but they destroy morals, the mores of our society. That is what I wanted to speak as my last. Otherwise, all in all, I wish you well as you stay here. There is no maandamano here. There is no maandamano here. Mimi na governor, tuko pamoja, na tumesema no to maandamano. Kwa hivyo msiweke hiyo seed hapa, weka pesa, turudi penye tuko. Maneno ya maandamano, mipitwa na wakati. Thank you so much, delegates.
Thank you so much. Tumpigie makofi tafadhali tena. It's now my duty to welcome Mrs. Lilian Yakamais, the First Lady of Turkana, to come forward to introduce our colleagues. I'm informed that the First Lady of Nyamira would speak on the behalf of the rest. Karibu madam. Tugie makofi tafadhali.
Asante. Mabibi na mabwana, wageni wote mlioalikwa mahali hapa siku ya leo, CC na Chief Officers, MP wetu wa Turkana Central, mgeni wetu mwalikwa siku ya leo ambaye ametoka kaunti ya Kericho, Dr. Mutai, karibu sana. First Lady wenzangu, West Pokot, Nyamira County na Nyandarua County. Karibuni sana. Governor wa Turkana County, Jeremiah Lumurkai. Ninawakaribisha wote kwa jina la Yesu Kristo. Muko Turkana County. Jua leo haiwaki sana. Nafikiri imewaheshimu. Mujisikie muko nyumbani. Mimi sina mengi la kusema. Nataka kukaribisha hawa First Lady wakuja wajitambulishe. Karibuni.
Okay, Governor ambaye amealikwa siku ya leo, mgeni wetu wa heshima, Dr. Mutai, Governor wa Turkana County, Lomurkai, wageni wetu wote, amjambo. Kwa majina yangu ni Scovia Chebet Kachapin, the First Lady West Pokot County and alumni of Turkana Girls. I hope niko na wenzangu hapa. Asante sana, Mungu awabariki.
Your Excellency, Honorable Mutai, Your Excellency, Turkana County, Jeremiah, and all the protocol observed. God is good. My name is Grace Kiarie, from Nyandarua County. Mimi ni mwenyeji. Niko na mwalimu hapa, Mr. Wasike, alinifunza physics, na pia nina madam hapa, Madam Pauline. She was my teacher. I'm proud being in Turkana. Otherwise, karibuni sana Turkana. Mimi Nyandarua sijakaa sana, nimelea watoto wengi wa Turkana. And I thank God for the blessing. God bless you.
Kabla sijapatia mwenzangu aongee, nilikuwa na jambo moja mbili tu kuongelea siku ya leo. Nina furaha kama First Lady wa Turkana County na ninawakaribisha tena. Jambo la kwanza, nataka kushukuru wafadhili ama wasaidizi wale wamekuja kutusaidia mambo ya ECD hapa Turkana ama Kenya mzima, kwa sababu kile inatuunganisha sisi siku ya leo ni haki ya mtoto shuleni. Na hiyo haki ndiposa imechanganya sisi wote tuungane, tuweke mawazo yetu pamoja, tuone vile mtoto anaweza kusaidika katika hali ya masomo yake. Ya pili, nataka kushukuru wafadhili kama UNICEF, Mermays na makampuni zile zingine zote. Nataka kushukuru kwa sababu ya msaada yenu vile mnatoa kwa sababu ya Kenya mzima ama Turkana. Na bado tunaomba msaada hiyo kwa wingi kutoka kwenu. Ya tatu, mimi ninapenda kuzingatia kabisa juu ya mtoto mlemavu. Napenda kuzingatia, na wakati ule tena niliongelea na hata siku ya leo nitaongelea. Kwa sababu kuna watoto wanadhaminiwa sana kwa mambo na masomo. Unapata mtoto mlemavu hakuna mtu anamdhamini. Hii ni wakati wasaidizi na wafadhili tujitokeze kusaidia watoto, kwa sababu mtoto uliobarikiwa na Mungu ni mtoto. Kwa hivyo mimi ningependa kuwazingatia kabisa, kuomba kutoka kwenu kama First Lady wa Turkana County, mahali mtarudi, na katika wale wametoka wa Amerika, wale wametoka wapi, pelekeni injili ya kuwa tunahitaji msaada ya mtoto mlemavu. Bwana wetu napewe sifa. Neno la Bwana wetu napewe sifa haitatoka kwa kinywa changu, kwa sababu ni neno ambalo ninaishi nayo. Kwa hivyo ninashukuru. Mimi sitaenda mengi, nataka nimpe mwenzangu aweze kuongea kwa niaba ya First Lady, hata wale wajeweza kufika. Karibuni sana.
Your Excellency the Governor, Jeremiah, Excellency the Governor of Kericho, Mutai, Excellencies, my fellow First Ladies, the Member of Parliament of the region where we stand today, the MCAs, all invited guests, our partners and every other stakeholder amongst us, good afternoon. Good afternoon again. My name is Emily Nyaribo, the First Lady Nyamira County, and today I bring you the greetings of Governor Amos Nyaribo and the people of Nyamira. I also bring you greetings from the County First Ladies Association. That is the association of all the first spouses from the 47 counties. They were supposed to be here. Most of them missed flights, so they didn't make it. But be sure that ECD is one of those things that is dear to their hearts. I also bring you greetings from the Lake Region block. I am the chair of the Lake Region Economic Block First Spouses. The Lake Region Economic Block First Spouses Association was set in 2022 to address pertinent issues that plague that region, and one of them is nurturing care. So I will try and read a bit of my speech, and I will mix it up verbally because that is probably the way I speak best. Today, we are gathered here to talk about our children, the greatest gifts God has bestowed upon us, the next generation of not only this country, but the world over. All of us here today were once children. You and I were small, little, young, afraid, happy, delighted, sometimes very courageous and brave, but most of all, vulnerable. We were vulnerable to the whims of adults, of parents, of relatives, of caregivers, of strangers, of institutions. We were vulnerable. The children today are vulnerable as well. This is the phase which they are passing through. Our Constitution gives direction on the rights of all children, a right to be protected, a right to be cared for, right to access to basic nutrition, shelter, health care, to strengthen ECD systems and structures as aligned with the theme of this year's conference, from policy and evidence to action. It is a learning opportunity for the counties, for partners, and other stakeholders. Each one of us has a part to play to ensure that the child is born healthy, that this child survives, the child thrives, and actually attains his or her full potential. Investment in early childhood development is not only good for children, as it ensures their right to survive and thrive, but also for parents, caregivers, communities, and governments. Such investment is a pathway to ending extreme poverty. Healthy children grow into healthy and productive citizens that contribute meaningfully to the growth and development of their communities and nations. Within the SDGs of hunger, health, education, and justice, we have targets on malnutrition, child mortality, early learning, and violence. These targets outline an agenda for improving early childhood development. This is a clear recognition that we cannot achieve the laid down SDGs if we do not invest in ECD. Seated here today are representatives from county and national government, NGOs, corporations, individuals who have come individually, and all of us. And our question today is, how can we join our hands to strengthen ECD? One of the key things that we talked about was nutrition. And I have heard very many of us talk about nutrition and good health, but mostly I have heard about education. I have not heard the health of that mother who is going to give birth. I heard Professor from KU say there are 1,000 days of a child are most important, from conception to the first 3 years. Who conceives? Where is she? What is the environment in which she's living until she gives birth? What is the relationship between her and the people around her? Who will protect her from an abusive husband? Who will protect her from hunger? Who will protect her from malnutrition? For me, that is quite important, and it is a question that all of us in this room can answer. Probably take it up, scale it up to our leaders, administrators, to find a way of ensuring that that woman actually gives birth. And who is she? And how old is she? How many mothers are 12? And what do we do about it? How many mothers are below 19? And we talk about children. What is our role as we sit here? The 47 counties are divided into blocks. Lake Region Economic Block is one such block comprising of 14 counties, namely Trans Nzoia, Kericho, Bungoma, Busia, Kakamega, Siaya, Kisumu, Homa Bay, Migori, Kisii, Nyamira, Vihiga, Kericho, and Bomet. The block was organized with a key focus on with a key focus to complement county government efforts to address socioeconomic causes affecting the communities within that region. And the key focus was implementation and investment for nurturing care for early childhood development. This association is purely non-political. Same to the County First Ladies Association, which is also non-political. We operate in any space because we're just that. People who care about social issues within our communities. The association, LREP, is purely, its objectives were to facilitate partnerships between philanthropy, government, and the private sector as a key approach to the Lake Region Economic Bloc attaining the Sustainable Development Goals. Number 2, advocating for policy and social change in areas of early childhood development, environmental protection, and cancer screening, as well as cancer treatment. To also engage in resource mobilization efforts at the global, continental, and national levels. To advocate for projects that benefit the community, especially on economic empowerment and rights of the elderly and vulnerable members of the community. Therefore, what have the first spouses of the Lake region done in terms of nurturing care? 1, they have sensitized communities in their spaces by championing for policy development across the counties. For me, I recently participated in the Homa Bay County Nutrition Action Plan to ensure we promote adequate and diversified diets. We've raised awareness on mental health since parental stress hampers responsive caregiving. Other programs that align with nurturing care are county specific, and this include Happy Fit in Nyamira County, school feeding programs in Kisumu and Bungoma, Smart Start Siaya, a Smart Start initiative that is within the LREP region, breastfeeding cubes in markets, and milk provision, especially in Bomet. I had somebody, in fact it was the professor from KU, say they have care centers for children where they are taught and where their mothers can go and feed them. In Kisumu County, they have cubes in markets where the mothers can go and breastfeed their children. Having said that, then where do we go from here? What is our ask as first spouses? The first spouses of this country have committed to be advocates of every good thing that will help a mother and a child to thrive. It is a commitment that we made long ago, and we have lived up to it. And our mantra is woman, word of mouth advocacy network. Could all of us say that? Can all of us do that? Can all of us use our mouth to advocate for something? Yes. In this case, nurturing care? Yeah. Now that is what the first ladies or the first spouses do within this country. But we cannot achieve that unless we get enough support. So our ask to the national and county governments is to ensure that you allocate resources, enough resources, that will take care of that expectant mother until the time she gives birth, so that the ANC, the antenatal clinic, is well equipped and there is at least nutritious food supplements for that mother and her child. Our next ask would be that we try and benchmark with Siaya. My governor from Nandi, you know, Smart Start Siaya has worked very well. I have seen MCAs here from Turkana and from Kericho. You are the ones who pass budgets and who allow for certain programs to take place. So for me, my ask would be that such counties would actually adopt the Smart Siaya initiative to ensure that our children have an opportunity when their programs are multi-sectoral, when they are actually integrated into the CIDP so that they have funding, then all these issues of this thing didn't happen because it didn't have money goes away, and we have children working. Number 3 is education. Education to the chiefs, to the sub-chiefs, to the village elders, because these are the custodians of their villages. Whatever they tell their members will do. Even if I went to every village and said things, if the chief does not have the information, I may be doing very little. So for me, as you're seated here, as policymakers, as implementers of projects, I would urge you to go to the lowest unit, which is the sub-chief, the village elder, and train them. The county health workers are a good place to start. They will take the information where it is needed, so that our mothers know the beauty of having a woman who is happy when she is expectant, so that the husbands can know that that is not the time the woman carries the biggest pot to go and collect water and collect firewood. At that moment, I believe the woman should be treated like a queen until the child is 3 years old. I hope that can be done. Another thing that I would want to ask, I have listened to many of the, hello? Are you with me? Okay. I am saying I had very many speakers today, and I heard you talk about multi-sectoral approach, but I've only seen academicians here. I heard there was only one CEC of health. How are we going to achieve this if we do not have people from the environment? How do we do this if we don't have people from health? How do we do this when we do not have people from administration? Do we have health workers inside here? How many? Good. Do we have people in environment? Ah, you see, we are not going to get proper things. We are not going to get fields to play. Our child said she wants a field to play. Who is going to give us a field to play? So for us, for me, I think it is a good thing that we work together and we can be able to achieve. So I just want to thank you for giving us an opportunity to be here and to continue working with yourselves. But my challenge to all of us is let us work together. Let us get out of the boardrooms. Let us actually affect change in the ground. All these good things that you have spoken about, I heard them for the first time when there was an ECD network like this one in Siaya, and my mind was blown away. It was the first time I heard about how the neurons in the brain of a child would grow and that child would be extremely intelligent. I asked myself, where was I when I was having my children? Nobody told me that. So for me, I want to thank you for giving me an opportunity to be here, to represent the rest of the first spouses, and I hope that we can be able to work together. Thank you so much, and God bless.
Tumpigie makofi tena first ladies. Thank you so much. As we are pressed a bit with time, but as I exit, there's one request I want to make. Turkana University College was gracious enough to give us space to plant a tree. So please leave your footprint in Turkana before you go by just planting a tree at the university. We shall acknowledge your name and where you come from, so that for posterity. Number 2, please sample Turkana. Take as much as time as possible, understand it. Go to our lake before you go. At these hard economic times, you might change your mind from going to Mombasa and coming to Lake Turkana, because it's cheaper to come here. As I finish and I exit, by the way, those are my only remarks, because I'm disappearing soon from the stage. I want now to take this opportunity to welcome His Excellency the Deputy Governor to carry the program forward. Please welcome with a round of applause, please.
The CS has just said what I was thinking of saying to the people before I hand over the program to His Excellency. Your Excellencies, Dr. Mutai, Governor Kericho, His Excellency Jeremiah Kamais Lomorkai, Governor Turkana, MP Turkana Central, members of their county assemblies present, development partners, all people who are gathered here. First of all, I want to thank all of you for coming to Turkana. I know you are not going to be tired, every speaker standing here and saying that welcome to Turkana. I'm only going to make 3 remarks. Number one, I appreciate the fact that our institutions of higher learning are taking a step forward to demonstrate to us that we can all work together to provide solutions to some of the issues that affect our community in terms of development. There is no doubt that there is a direct correlation between how you nurture a child or what you do before a child is born and how they manage or progress in life. And we are very privileged as Turkana County to welcome you to Turkana so that we can continue to have conversations around how we manage our families, how we talk beyond ECD. There is always a confusion that ECD is about education, but it is about everything about how you prepare a person to grow. Lastly, I would like to say that we have evolved as people, we have evolved as cultures, we have evolved as individuals. Inclusivity does not necessarily tie us to a certain kind of paradigm. I think we are slowly opening ourselves up to understand and to look at the realities of who we are. And I think there is no specific definition about what kind of parameter applies in people's ability to make certain choices. And so we have to embrace each other, we have to hold on to each other, we have to advocate for each other, we have to build ourselves together as one human community and to build together as one humanity, and that is the one that is going to make a difference about how we live together as brothers and sisters. So with those few remarks, I would like us all to stand up to welcome His Excellency, the Governor of Turkana, Jeremiah Kamais Napotkan, so that he can continue with the rest of the program. Asanteni sana, karibuni Turkana.
Thank you. I think we can now sit. Your Excellency, the Governor for Kericho, Dr. Mutai, Your Excellencies, the women reps, the first ladies present here, the Member of Parliament for Turkana Central, my good brother Joseph Namwar, the members of County Assembly or assemblies from across Kenya, and particularly members of County Assembly of Turkana, all the leaders, all the other leaders present. I might not really be privy to who is present here and who is not. But I want to take this time to recognize all of you. I would apologize, my voice, because of too much talking across the county, is not really my normal voice. Your Excellency, I know you expected to be back or to leave our airport for Wilson in the next few minutes. That means I do not have to really talk a lot. I will only be able to read my small speech here, and then I give you enough time to talk to the people as the guest of honor. First and foremost, I would start by appreciating the stakeholders, the partners, or the organizations that made this day that colorful. I think many NGOs within and without Turkana County have really been supportive. Those many that have been mentioned have really been helping a lot to ensure that the issues related to children are handled properly, and majorly the organization of UNICEF, which has always been at the forefront in dealing with matters that touch on the small children. Your Excellency, I think Kericho County is our good friend. After Turkana here, our next friend was in Gishu, then you go to Kericho, then you go downwards as you go to Samburu. So when we see you around, we are extremely happy, because you have the art, you have the friendship, you have the happiness that some of us share with some of our counties in Kenya. I start by reading my speech. First and foremost, I welcome you all the visitors, all the friends, to Lodwar Town, and to the county that is called the Cradle of Mankind, for the 5th National Early Childhood Development Stakeholders Conference. It is indeed an honor that Turkana was chosen as the venue for this important conference. On behalf of the residents of the county of Turkana, I thank the organizers for this very important conference. This forum presents a unique opportunity to put Turkana on the map of Kenya and highlight the tremendous progress we have made in the ECD sector. It also allows key national stakeholders in the education sector to witness firsthand the opportunities and challenges faced in different, less developed parts of Kenya. I note that one of the objectives of the conference is to identify the link between early childhood development and feasible cultural or indigenous child rearing practices and child care models. This resonates with our objective to ensure that every child in Turkana has access to nurturing care that they deserve, and that every child in Kenya has an equal right in benefiting in all the rights that are there to protect our children. By embracing the wisdom of indigenous knowledge and incorporating it into our approaches, we can ensure that no child is left behind. The theme of the conference, from policy and evidence to action, brings to the forefront a critical dialogue on the key role that read and data play in informing policy decisions. It provides participants with a valuable platform to engage in constructive conversations on how these policies can be translated into meaningful action. The county government of Turkana is truly grateful to be a co-host of this conversation as we strive to achieve the aspirations outlined in Article 53 of the Kenyan Constitution. This article guarantees every child's right to free and compulsory education, nutrition, shelter, health care, and protection. We must ensure that these rights are not merely ideals, but tangible realities for every child in our country. Under the fifth pillar of our 9-point agenda as account on revitalizing education, we have placed significant emphasis on investing in ECD infrastructure, personnel, and equipment. In Turkana, the advent of devolution provided us with a unique opportunity to develop ECD infrastructure. As of now, we have 1,026 public ECD centers, staffed by a total of 599 teachers. While this progress is commendable, we must acknowledge that there is still much work to be done. Since assuming office last year, we have actively worked towards increasing the number of ECD teachers. We recognize that the current enrollment of over 138,000 pupils is not adequately supported by the existing 599 teachers. Since taking office, we have recruited 75 new teachers. Furthermore, we are in the process of recruiting an additional 38 teachers to further strengthen our workforce. We are also acutely aware that there are still many children in Turkana who are out of school. To address this challenge, we must improve basic infrastructure and reduce the distances children must travel to reach to the nearest ECD center. In this financial year, the county has allocated resources to construct 29 new model ECDs centers across the region, across the county. This is only the beginning of our commitment, as we plan to add more centers while also renovating and equipping existing ones. As a county situated in the arid and semi-arid lands, Turkana faces the additional challenge of constant drought, which severely impact household food security and consequently contribute to poor school enrollment. To address this issue, we are determined to strengthen our school feeding program by ensuring better nutrition in our schools. We hope to facilitate a smoother transition for our students. We are grateful for the support of our partners, including Mayor's Mills, AICL Ministries, and JICA, who have been instrumental in complementing our efforts in the feeding program and nutrition support. Ladies and gentlemen, our investment in the ECD sector will mean little if a reciprocal effort is not put to develop infrastructure in primary education. I foresee a great challenge where the transition to primary schools is impacted by inadequate infrastructure and equipment, as well as the shortage of teachers in primary schools. I would like to extend my heartfelt appreciation to all the co-hosts who have supported the county government in planning for this conference. Special recognition goes to the Ministries of Education and Health in collaboration with the ECD Network for Kenya and the Council of Governors. Your unwavering dedication and commitment have been instrumental in bringing this event to fruition. As you immerse yourselves in the conference proceedings, I invite you to experience the hospitality of Lodwar Town, which boasts ample accommodation facilities for all participants. I encourage you to explore the treasures of our county, including the beautiful beaches of Lake Turkana and the pictures known for their warm and welcoming nature. And we assure you that your stay in the origin of mankind will be memorable and enjoyable. I extend my best wishes to all participants. May this conference be a resounding success, and may you find inspiration and guidance that will positively impact the ECD sector in Kenya and beyond. Jakonoi. I think to take another 1 minute, with your permission, Your Excellency, I want to appreciate all the people who have come from beyond the East African community. We've been following those who are even appearing through Zoom to really see what is happening in Turkana County. Turkana County is a peaceful county. And in landmass, Turkana County is 77,000 square kilometers. So when we are talking about insecurity, you need to really travel more and more of kilometers to reach where there is insecurity. But the larger part of Turkana County, the largest part of it, like 80% of Turkana County, is a peaceful area. You can do your business without any problems. In fact, this is where, and I believe so, this is the only town in Kenya that other Kenyans feel so great. They are totally undisturbed by anybody. That's why, as a governor, as a new governor, of course, from the good church, PAG, I preach peace. And very recently, I saw some quacks, media guys, reporting that we are buying people to stop maandamano. In Turkana County, the governor of Turkana doesn't have to buy anybody to appear in his meeting. They come automatically. So I want to tell those few guys, and I know them, we've been calling us asking for money, and when we say there is no money, they go and write that the governor of Turkana is buying people to refuse maandamano. Turkana County has more problems than any other county in Kenya. So we are not concerned about the demonstrations from elsewhere. But in this county, we have water issues to attend to. We have insecurity engulfing us all around a complete circle. We need to attend to it. We have over 42 boys, the new ones who are just arrested in Uganda, and they are in the very dirty jails in Uganda without any tangible or wrongdoing. Those are things that would warrant us going into streets to demonstrate. But demonstrating just because there is a need to demonstrate so that an individual becomes happy, this county, and I say it as a member of ODM, I was elected in an ODM party, but as an ODM member elected here, we are not ready to see our business community. That's why when I did my meeting, I removed the entire population of Turkana and took them outside Lodwar Town to address them and tell them we have hundreds of problems to handle, and demonstrations will not bring food on the table for a Turkana poor man who go angry. They don't get there are others who do not even get the 3 meals, but forcing us to go for a demonstration in our town, the only hub for us, I think that in itself is a crime. That in itself is a crime. So, Your Excellency, just take to the President that some of us need not to be bought by anybody. Of course, I have that record. You can't buy me to do what you think is right for you. I can do what I think God will say is right, and not what a human being can tell me that it's right. So we are working hard as a county to ensure this county is peaceful even at its CBD, very peaceful. I protect the business community, the non-Turkanas who live here. We have a larger population of the Somali community. We have a larger population of the Kikuyu community, of the Luo community, the Kalenjin community, of the Pokot community. Not a single community misses to live in Turkana. So all of them we support, and they feel so good. And they elect me without any barrier, without any push by anybody. So if there are people who have been elected because somebody has spoken, not in Turkana County. Not in Turkana County. And that I have said as a governor who was elected with a land mass population of Turkana County. So with those members of the fourth estate who have been really very supportive and reporting properly, those who have been trained. And we want to ask the media groups down there in Nairobi, recruit for us the best media people. Do not bring us people who have not gone to school. Like there is one boy here, he has not even gone to Form 2, but is reporting to some news media group. That we cannot condone here. In fact, he starts by writing, abusing people in the media, and then again goes to report. And that media or station picks it as news. That's not how, and they think they will threaten Jeremiah as they used to threaten Nanok. This is the son of the soil. I come from a corridor that has always condoned what you have never condoned. So basically, that is the message I want to deliver, my good friend. I'm sorry if those news are getting to some quarters badly. On security, I'm very happy with the governor for West Pokot. The governor, not the deputy governor. The governor for West Pokot is an intellectual, a good friend to Turkana people, Kashavin. That's why in my former constituency, Lohima, I come from Lohima, I was a member of parliament. I campaigned seriously for him, despite that there were others who were really using a lot of money to snatch him of better votes. But we live in Lohima, we've lived in Lohima for peace for now 7 good years. When I was in Lorengipi celebrating with the Pokots, dancing for me as my community also dance for them. That is the kind of life we want to live. Those others inciting people to fight and kill our innocent travelers along the road. That is what I'm saying. That's the group that I'm saying. They will never at any one point be my friends, because they are enemies of the business community, enemies of Kenyans, enemies of our borders. Those will never, because they are militant in nature. But those other Kenyans, Pokot people, in Kapengura, in Makutano, and in Pokot North, some of us appreciate them. We just lost our girl, my village administrator, who was just traveling for her business. I buried her the other day. That's why you see I am mourning. I don't really feel if that is the extent in which criminals will kill people, killing even the workforce that are helping us even deliver what we are doing here today. That is completely bad. So I'm asking the Council of Governors, even when we call for peace meetings, those meetings must be meetings we mean, and we must walk what we say. And I told even the governor for South Sudan that I will not be a friend to a person who tells me this and here is doing another thing. I will not be. Because as a Christian, I need to be straight. I need to handle things right in the right way, not to talk in a very misleading way. Those are things we refuse as the leadership of Turkana County. The entire leadership of Turkana, apart from two, we are united 47 MCS and six members of parliament. So The rest were saying they will get into this street. Wameshindwa kuingia kwa street because the street is ours. So tell them they must join us so that to become 100%. Thank you and God bless you. We want to take this single opportunity, Your Excellency, to welcome you. And first, feel at home. Feel free. You can even sleep and allow that helicopter or that plane to stay up to tomorrow, because Mashujaa is still far away. So that when you leave here, you'll have some fish, because I will have to send my wife to go and bring you some fish from the lake. But you are in a hurry. Yeah? We need to get some fish for the women, for the first ladies here, so that they test that we have a mama wa assembly wa kanisa la PAG, my wife, as a good wife. Kwa hivyo tunataka tukaribishe wewe with all hands of applause. Tukaribishe rafiki yetu. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Well, good afternoon. We can be seated, all of us, kindly. The Excellency, Turkana County, my brother Cherry, whom today we'll baptize him the truthful man again, because he has come out strongly to defend his county. And I want to indicate at this point of time that, Your Excellency, we are proud of you. As the Council of Governors, we are proud that you accepted to host this great occasion here. And we are so much confident in your leadership that with this support that we have for the ECD facilities and all the good things that you have mentioned here about ECD is the correct trajectory as we move forward. County representatives present here, CECs and the CEOs from different counties, our MCS from Turkana and other places, and by that note we have my MCA here, Chairman for Education, Cheriot Beth, who has been the chairman of it, just turned Cheriot Beth. He has been the chairman of education in the assembly since the beginning of devolution up to now. And I sent him earlier here so that he can share on his experiences, because the many bills that we have in Kericho, you can just sit Cheriot Beth. The many bills we have in Kericho, right from bursary, right to ECD facilities, were actually conceived by him. And I thought it could be good to benchmark with other MCs from around here in terms of legislation. The chairperson, Dr. Theresia from Kenyatta University, who has organized this function, our principal, Turkana University, stakeholders and partners. It's a great pleasure to be here today so that together we share a network on the future of the child. Accept our greetings from the chair, COG Anne Waiguru, and the Council of Governors, the 47 of them in totality. They have asked me to extend their greetings to you great people and to appreciate the time that you have come here to spend to discuss these pertinent issues. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come a long way as county governments. From the onset of devolution, 9 years down the line, we picked up as counties at a time when there were no formal structures of learning. This was the age where children were learning under a tree, where caregivers, instructors were not properly trained or they were not trained at all. And this was a situation when county governments came into place that they met as they took over their offices. This was a time again when children had to qualify to go to class 1, because probably there were no examination, you would be asked to stretch your hand like this, and if it happens to meet your ear, then you qualify to be a class 1 candidate. This was then the situation. We are proud today as Council of Governors that as we stand to address this occasion, the 5th session of this event, tremendous improvement has been realized across the 47 counties. In places where children were learning under the trees, Excellencies governors have been able to build formal structures across the counties. We have seen mushrooming, and we have seen properly constructed ECD classrooms across the counties of Kenya. And we want to say thank you to the many governors that have taken it upon themselves to create a formal learning environment for the children. We have also seen tremendous increase in enrollment to the ECD facilities. More than ever today, we have class ratios of close to 70 to 1 in ECD classrooms. So as we celebrate the coming in of formal structures of learning facilities, we grapple then the reality again of plotted classrooms, which of course in terms of teacher ratio is against what has been prescribed. Ladies and gentlemen, away from the constructions of classrooms, county governments have been able to recruit, train teachers to handle children at those levels. And again, when we took over devolution, most of the caregivers were not trained, or probably they had no formal skills to handle learners at that stage. And most of them were being supplemented from the church, from organizations, and well-wishers from the villages. But today, we are proud to say that within the 47 counties across the divide, we now have formally trained ECD teachers in our classrooms. And of course, this is a very big plus for the child. Michael Kijana Wamalwa, the late Phoebe, His Excellency, asked a question one time that today we're also going to ask ourselves, how is the child? That question was asked so long ago in Geneva, and today as we sit here again, the same question comes again resounding in our minds, how is the child? We have built classrooms for these children. We have employed teachers for these children. But now, what is his state in school? And that is why as COG, we have impressed upon ourselves to look into the models of the classrooms that we are building. So that within the classrooms that we are building, we are able to also have child-friendly classrooms where a child can sleep if he's tired and be able to provide mattresses so that during breaks or when the child feels strained, can catch a nap and be able to progress with other activities. We have also looked into the child playing activities, looking into our whole setup of learning institution, so that away from just learning, this child have a playing ground with child-friendly play materials. These are some of the advancements that a number of counties have taken in an effort to make sure that they create a child-friendly environment, a child learning-friendly environment for our children. And on behalf of COG, again, we want to be grateful for the many governors that have taken the stride and be able to walk the talk to create child-friendly environments for these children. Looking into that, questions has been asked on the remuneration of our ECD teachers. It is worth to note that attempts has been made by various county governments. As from the COG, we have formulated a schemes of service for the ECD, and at the same breath, a schemes of service that we are currently developing with my brother Sakacha, who is in the Department Chair of Labor, for the VTCs, that is the vocational training centers. But already we have developed a scheme of service for the ECD teachers. As we have done so, we know that ECD is a devolved function. But a question that we have asked ourselves was that, did money follow the function? The truth of the matter, ladies and gentlemen, is that we were given functions minus the money. It became then a stretch for county governments. A county, for example, Elgeyo Marakwet, whose entire budget is 3 billion. If Elgeyo Marakwet today is to confirm their ECD teachers, they will close business and go home. So the reality of the matter is that we have a conversation with His Excellency the President. We have a conversation with Mochoku. We recently even had a meeting with the Senate Committee on Education at Naivasha,